Oh shit, boys. New build. New build. Confirmed Max gets the inside info on patch notes. It's not confirmed. Guys, I went live after they posted the build. It makes no sense. In a perfect world, I'm live for like an hour or two before the build goes out. The entire theory is disproven. Max, you trying to be tranquil or mad today? I'm always tranquil, bro. Straight tranquil. That reminds me, dude, you know what saying tranquil reminds me of? When my old coworker used to say that stuff was nectar. That shit's nectar, homie. Shit straight nectar. I've told you guys about that story before. On how he, like, worked every shift with his girlfriend. They lived together. And they took the same classes in college together. So they literally spent 24 hours a day with each other. And then how obviously that turned out. They were like 21. So I'm pretty sure that situation ends in a really bad breakup, like 100% of the time. Max, did they get married? No, I've told you guys this story before. He used to say shit was nectar all the time. He was like, dude, everything, that was just like his saying, like, bro, today's so nectar, bro, which just meant like good, I guess. And then one day he came in and I was like, bro, how's it going? And he goes, today is not nectar, bro. And that's when him and his girlfriend broke up. I'll never forget that. Not very nectar, bro. Love the new cam. Yeah, hey, do you guys see me under the chat, by the way? My new bit is that in my starting soon screen, my camera's actually on the screen, but in just like increasingly hard to find locations. Let's fucking go. Hey guys, I'm down here. Hey, everyone. It's me, but I got shrunk. Hey. Yo. Alright, anyways, I'll go live then. So, yesterday, chat, if you weren't here during yesterday's stream, I did start it a little late. It was like a pity stream. Like, I was like, man, I should probably stream today. So I got home late and I just, like, turned it on. And if you want to go back and watch it, I don't know if you actually do want to do that. But if you do that, just know that what happened yesterday, a few things happened, but I think the main thing is I said a word that I said validify, which is like to validate basically, but it's just not actually a word. And then somehow that turned into me making an elaborate case that Shakespeare was a fraud for like an entire hour. Like that actually happened. That's basically the best way to sum up yesterday's stream. The dude's a fucking fraud. I don't know what else to say. All right, anyways. So there's a new alpha build. I don't even know. Let me look at the highlights. Let me look at the highlights of this bitch. I did start my stream. They released it really early today. I was not prepared for this, so I may have to stall a little bit because how many viewers I have right now? Only 700-ish. Yeah, right. So we gotta cook this shit up a little bit. Not like intentionally stalling, but like when I start my stream, I get the majority of my viewers in the first hour and a half that I stream. And if let's just say I were to go, this is why I have a starting soon screen. This is why I usually start my content a little bit into my stream, is because I end up having to repeat myself. Like if I wait, let's just say I'm not going to wait an hour probably, but if I wait an hour to look at these development notes, I'll just go through it and all my viewers will see it, large majority. If I do it right now, I'll have to just repeat myself for 3 hours and it makes my stream not fun and I turn it off. When are you doing a talk with wizards? We might do that today if we get some look at the updates. Let's just browse what we're looking at today. So on alpha, all zones will be available. Every single dungeon will be available. New battleground. I don't give a fuck about that. Warbands. We are. Oh wait, dude, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm looking at the OG post. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. I'm so stupid. By the way. Here we go. So we are only getting the last zone. We are getting City of Threads and the last 2 dungeons I believe we haven't seen. Of the alpha dungeons. We're getting this ravine. We got, okay, whatever. Got it. Okay, so we are able to just see Stormbringer. I'm really excited about this. Enhance is one of my favorite specs in the game. So I'm excited to read that. And Ellie is my favorite ranged spec, but I don't play ranged. So, you know, not super. Yeah. Wait. Wait, did Death Knight just get a fucking rework? I'm locked the fuck in today. Unholy DK, I'm like so passionate about DK. Okay, I'm fucking locked in. I'm turbo locked in. Also, another reason why I'm locked in for this is I know I've met the person at Blizzard who like primarily does a lot of DK stuff. And if you guys paid attention during the Dragonflight cycle, he's kind of known as like the silent assassin. Like he doesn't really talk on the forums a lot. Like he obviously reads feedback, but like you remember how like the Hunter dev and the Rogues and the DHs were constantly communicating and the DK guy just never did. But like if you talk to anyone at Blizzard, they're like, this guy's a fucking genius. Like they all think he's just like a goddamn beast. So I'm just excited about seeing him do work here. This is really exciting. Oh my god, man, I want to get into this right now, but I have to stall. Or else I'm just going to repeat myself all day. I'm going to have to read this. Oh my god, Time Spiral is now a choice node with Spatial Paradox for all 3 Evoker specs. I mean, this has been one of my main complaints for Evoker for the entire expansion, really, since AUG has existed. And this entire alpha season, because AUG Dev will never be played over AUG in any content as long as they only have Spatial Paradox. Very similar to how Ferals didn't have Innervate for the last 10 years. And then now they have it, and ooh, who would have guessed? Ferals brought to their first world first race in 10 years. Well, it's probably because it's the first time they've ever had Innervate. Right? Or this expansion is the first time they've had it. Okay, I got some more shit here. Oh, 5-yard longer range on AUG. Interesting. Some mage changes. Ooh, 6 new talents for Brewmaster. Okay, so like a little Babby Windwalker. More Windwalker stuff. Yay. Oh, what a good time. Rogue stuff. Okay, we got a fucking ton of shit today. I'm glad they put them up early, too. Nobble87. Yo, you watched my stream, Nobble? That's cool as fuck. That's hype. I didn't know that. All right, here we go. Expanded dev notes about DK changes. Link on Wowhead. Never type that again, Parduke. Fucking absolutely never type some shit like that in my channel ever again. You know what? Fucking, I'm giving you mod. All right, what did you say? I stole all your Plunderstorm tactics? What were my Plunderstorm tactics? Just fucking destroying everybody? You learned my strat of queuing with Trill? Or helping random people. Fish, yeah. Novel follows the stream to know when the servers are up. Guys, I don't know when the fucking servers are coming up. I've never known. Like, that's not even a bit. Like, I don't know. It's completely made up. Scrolling up in chat to see if I miss anything. Nah, just a couple of birdcocks. Well, not birdcocks. It's Throbbing Robin without the throbbing part. You can just see his little head. I like that. That hypes me up. All right, I think we just need to slam this, I think. If someone's late, they're late. Wait, let me drink my smoothie first. I'm drinking a date almond smoothie. Let me down this shit. Let me fucking get in here. Give you some Reppy T content. I don't even know what he's doing right now. He's being a dog. And Lily's stretching. Oh my god, she knows that I'm talking about her. Well, look who the fuck it is. If it isn't baby Lily. This is slowing down my ability to drink my smoothie. But she's a dog, so this is what she wants. All right. Seriously, let me finish this smoothie and then we'll just slam it. That is, I'm no longer stalling. I just have to finish this. All right. Whew. Let's fucking go. Let's get it. Slurp. I have 2 hockey games tonight, so I have to make sure I eat enough calories early. All right. Let's start with the Shaman Stormbringer talents. Actually, wait. Before we do that, let's see if Wowhead has a readable thing. If they don't, we may have to log in. I think we're going to log in. Max, I have the link. Can I send it to you? Where did you get the fucking link? I mean, I'm just looking on Wowhead. There's no... I mean, I should just log in, right? Like, I can just log on fucking Alpha and just see. By the way, did anyone who didn't have Alpha last week, did they send out a new wave? Have you guys heard of anyone getting it, like any of your friends? Seems like they did a huge wave week 1, but the last 2 weeks haven't been as big. I don't even know if they did one today. I haven't heard anyone say that yet. Let me just update Alpha. I want to look at the Stormbringer talents first. So what I'm interested about with the Stormbringer talents is, like, Ellie and Enhance each have... They're one of the only specs in the game that has, like, completely different builds within their tree. Like, different elements and everything. Different play styles. Totally different. Like Fire Elemental Shaman and, like, Nature Elemental Shaman are, like, kind of different. And for Enhance, Storm Enhance and Ellie Enhance are, like, different skill levels, different play styles, like, totally diffy. And in some cases, using completely different buttons. Or at least emphasizing them. And Enhance is Stormbringer, which kind of implies it's going to go on the nature side of things, but maybe not. And then Totemic is, like, I mean, we don't even see it yet, but it's probably going to be bad. And then Ellie is Farseer, which seems way more resto based, and it's not. I mean, it has like a couple lava blast. Is that what that ability's called? There's no way that's what that's called. Is that what's the ability called with the lava burst? Yeah, lava blast. Really, yeah, lava burst. Like lava burst has some lava burst things, but like I'm interested to see if they're gonna make both specs playable because there's been a lot of friction this expansion with DPS Shaman players with different tier and different seasons kind of lending you to playing one of those two rather than the other. And I think if you add the hero talents on top of that force you into a different thing, I think then that's going to be like kind of problematic. So that's all I'm looking for. So let's get into alpha. Hey guys, stop fucking spoiling the DK thing. I haven't looked at it yet. I want to experience it natty. In fact, don't even form an opinion on it yet. Wait until I form an opinion on it and then just have that opinion. All right, I'm making a shaman. Let's fucking go. You have to make a new one usually. Yeah. Okay, let's just make a new one. Dog guy. All right. Okay, let's talk to this guy, get our talents. If I have time today before I have to play hockey, I would love to do a dungeon as enhanced for sure. And if these DK changes are live and implemented and actually working, definitely Death Knight too. But let's see. Maybe Ellie if we have time, maybe not. I don't know, I'm so bad at ranged. Okay, Stormbringer. Everything looks like it's here. Okay. Please let Stormbringer be good, man. Please let it be good. This is a class I actually care about. Wait, let me spec enhance so it's more the tooltips are more something I can relate to probably. All right, here we go. First node. Every 40 Maelstrom weapon stacks, which is all the time, replaces your next lightning bolt with Tempest. Which, you know, is just basically like an improved lightning bolt. I'm assuming the visual might be cooler. So it looks like it's purely single target unless they add like a chain lightning one later or a chain Tempest. Or something cooler than that. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's literally both. They changed them both into the same button, I think. Am I crazy to... Like it has like the lightning bolt number, but then just the cleave number will do them both, I'm assuming, which is kind of insane if they don't change a way to like separate them later. Because like making a fully functional lightning bolt and chain lightning into the same button sounds fucking ridiculous. Just as a... I mean, you're talking about like the Ret Pally issue of the world, right? Where you have to choose with your spenders of whether you're AoEing or single targeting. You guys can already see within the game how powerful it is for classes that don't have to make that choice. And if they're turning Enhance into that, for example, that's like pretty insane. So, anyways, good start. Let's maybe get some visuals on it. Let me actually just like randomly select a bunch of shit here and then just see if they've actually implemented the visuals yet. Oh, which also means I'm going to have to just pick a million random talents just so it'll save, but that's fine. All good, just random stuff. Yes, random. Okay. All right, so let's turn our lightning bolt into Tempest Blast here. Oh, while we're looking at enhanced shaman talents and stuff, just like random thing I want to shout out. Wait a second. No, it's still here. So Feral Lunge still costs you damage to take, which is an absolutely absurd thing and should be in the class tree, baked in, or given to you for free in the tree, basically, with one of the top points. Okay. Looks like they also move some things around, though, too, but I'm sure that that's still a problem. Okay. So quick little animation check, just to check the visuals. Oh, do I not have enhanced weapons on? I do. Wait, no. Fist, weapon, and shield. Yeah. There we go. Now I can use them. All right, so I have to generate 40 Maelstrom weapon. Oh, you have to spend 40 Maelstrom? Is that what they said? Oh, it's... Wait, so it's... Every 40 Maelstrom weapon stacks. So that's spending... That's 4 finishers. Okay, that's fine. It's just going to take a little bit longer to test here. Also, I haven't, like, bound anything. Cool. I'll probably see the actual button change. Do I have... I don't know what this random thing has spec. I'm just going to click stuff I see in my bars. Spend... That... Oh, there it is. Okay, Tempest. Let's look at this bitch. Right here. It's gonna be casted here, but it would obviously be instant. Okay, cool little visual, like a little thunderstorm thing coming down. I kind of fuck with that. A little AoE around it. Kind of fuck with it. All right, anyways, let's go back. Okay, so let's go down the left side. So spending Maelstrom weapon stacks grants you... Actually, wait, let me... Sorry, this is kind of a minor, but let me fly away so I don't hear everyone's spell effects for the next 10 minutes. Let's see. Increase... spending Maelstrom weapon stacks grants you 3% haste for 15 seconds. Stacking. Gaining a new stack doesn't refresh the duration. That's really interesting. Is that per Maelstrom weapon stack, or is that per spending? So, like, every time you use a spender, you just gain haste stacking, and then it works like Iron Fur. So, I'm assuming it's definitely not going to be per Maelstrom weapon, because it's definitely every time you use a spender. Because if it was every Maelstrom weapon stack, it would give you 30% haste every time you used a 10-stack finisher, which is fucking absurd, right? So it's definitely going to be 3, but it is weird. That kind of does incentivize you to spend less than 10. You know what I mean? Like, rather than, like, using more... Like, so let's say you're at 6, right? Rather than going up to 10, you're just going to spend at 6. Which kind of feels like a little clunky just to, like, get haste value. But, I don't know. We'll play around with it. Maybe it's not that bad. Okay. Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning have a 35% chance to refund 3 Maelstrom weapon stacks. Does that work with Ellie Blast? Let me see if it changes the tooltip. No, it doesn't. I mean, it makes sense with the Stormbringer tree, too. So this, like, this is kind of weird. Like, so, like, with this build, you're just never going to Ellie Blast, right? Like, in an ideal world, like... I mean, I guess you could. You could still make use of Tempest, I guess, but it just would make this node, like, way worse. So, like, it definitely... Yeah, definitely deeply rooted elements situation, I think, yeah. Okay. So it is kind of lending you away from the Ellie build, which was kind of one of my concerns, but if they can pull it together, then we'll see. All right, let's see. It's Stormbringer, not Elemental Bringer. Yeah, but I think there's an issue with it. It's whatever. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, going down the middle. Increases the crit chance of your nature spells, but oh, it is their full sending nature then, right? I guess that I was still like kind of holding on to hope that it would be able to be used for both. See, this is just my only concern. Before this goes any farther, let's say you're an enhanced player and you fucking love playing the elemental version of enhance. You're just... What if Stormbringer's goated and it's just like you just don't play this the whole expansion? But like, I mean, if it's goated, then maybe it doesn't matter. But it's just something. It's like maybe just an issue with a class having 2 completely different builds and playstyles than their spec tree in general. But Elemental Blast gets buffed by nature damage too. Okay, but I mean, they're still obviously moving you. They're clearly moving you away from the elemental side of the tree, I think. Okay. Oh, there was also a node I missed. So just Crash Lightning, Chain Lightning, and Earthquake damage increased by 15. Yeah, they're full sending. You're not playing any, like, elemental talents. Why? And then there's a choice node after the crit strike chance node, which is, and crit damage, important. When Tempest only strikes a single target, gain 3 stacks of Maelstrom weapon. Okay, so the single target node, and let's see what the AoE node is. When Tempest strikes more than one target, your next 3 chain lightnings are instant cast and deals 75% increased damage. Wait, so would you just spam them? Would you just, like... That's super fucking weird, right? As Enhance, I don't think you'd spam them. I think... Okay. I think this verbiage is just applied so that it applies to Elemental and Enhance at the same time. I think Enhance would still just cast Chain Lightning normally. It would just deal more damage, right? Unless you, like, had literally no button up. I mean, maybe you could do that, but... doesn't sound great. Okay, so that's cool. I mean, it's a good choice node. I think choice nodes can be a little bit more interesting than just here's the single target, here's the AoE option, but I think in this tree it works. Okay, not yet implemented, but you're going to gain the effect of Lightning Rod. So, and it's not a choice node or anything. Tempest, Lightning Bolt, Elemental Blast, and Chain Lightning make your target a Lightning Rod for 8 seconds. Lightning Rods take 20% of all damage you deal with Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning. Okay, so it's just a funnel talent for both specs. So your main target will basically just be taking a big portion of a lot of your AoE. That's actually kind of insane that you're getting that for free, because like both Ellie and Enhance have an element of funnel in them. I think less with the Storm build for Enhance than like the Ellie build normally. But I think that what does not yet implemented mean? It just means that it doesn't work. Like, the idea is there. It's just, like, it won't work right now is what that means. Funnel has, like, kind of famously been an enhanced niche. Like, currently they have some of the better funnel, although it's really weak compared to, like, historical funnel value. I think, like, the most OP enhanced funnel's ever been was actually, like, beginning of WoD. That was really insane. Imperator Margok, if anyone remembers that. Okay, that's cool. I like that. I recognize Lightning Rod. Where's that from? Is that like... Was that like a talent or something recently? Is it an Ellie thing? It's just an Ellie talent? Well, I'm assuming that's removed now, right? Or does it just give you it for free, I guess? It's a choice node. Swap and check. Will not be doing that. All right, here we go. Your nature damage critical strikes reduce the target's movement speed by 50% for 3 seconds. Okay, I've noticed this so much in the expansion. I wonder if this is just because hero talents are trying to find... Well, in a lot of cases, they aren't hero talents. But the amount of mobs that... Or the amount of abilities in the game that can slow things by 50% now are kind of... Like, people are going to think this is a PvP thing. Bro, in, like, PvE, there's, like, probably 3 or 4 new ways to slow an entire pack by 50% most of the time. Like, you guys are like, this is random and uncontrollable. There's, like, things that are increasing your crit here, too. I bet, like, at near 100% uptime, when you are actually doing damage, you'll have everything in the pack slowed. Which isn't super broken. It's fine. It's kind of interesting. It is kind of interesting on, like, sanguine weeks. Like, having stuff like this is actually kind of bad, but, I mean, that's such, like, a niche thing. Who fucking cares? Also, remove that affix for sure. Okay, let's see. Tempest summons a nature feral spirit for until canceled. Did we see that guy? I wasn't paying attention to that. Let's see. Let me spend some more. I want to see our little nature spirit. Let's see our little homie. We 3 Maelstrom back. I saw the proc. So this is weird. It kind of makes you want to spend it 5 instead of 10 because of that stacking haste thing. I wonder if that's a good thing or if they'll want to find a way to change that. Okay, the refund on Maelstrom feels insanely good. Feels real nice. I don't have any of my weapon enchants on, actually. I just put one. Maybe I could do the other. Alright, we got Tempest. So let's see if we can see our little dude. Oh, someone's being a lightning god right now. Alright, 1 second. Let's spawn our guy, okay? I don't see it. That's, I mean, that's this guy, right? Wait, no. Is that it? That has to be it. So it's like it's a dog. I'm assuming for elemental it's not a dog. I wonder for Ellie what that says. I'll swap in a second. Anyways, let's finish it. Target struck by your Tempest deal 10% less damage to you for 6 seconds. So that's that's their I was going to wonder where the defensive node was coming in. That's going to, at full gear, that's going to have, like, okay uptime. Like, I'm going to say, like, 30%. You're not going to want to, like, hold that for anything. But let's hope the other one's a little bit more universal. After using Tempest, your next chain heal or healing surge will be instant cast and consume no mana. Okay, that's bad. So not great. Also, Shamans are some of the squishiest classes in the game, and I have an issue with them giving out defensives on hero talents across the board. But if you're going to give it to any classes, you should try to give powerful ones to the classes that actually need it, I suppose. And this would be one of them, and that's a 10% DR if it was, like, had more up. I mean, I think the idea is right. Just give it, like, way more uptime. That's all. Like, this could legitimately be almost 100% uptime, and they would still be not one of the tankier classes in the game. Like, think about that, right? So maybe the idea is good, because it's potentially really powerful with higher uptime. Anyways, going here. Let's see. So this is the capstone. So far this is looking pretty fucking sick. You're gonna, like, it's gonna make your character feel, you're gonna have better crit and better crit damage, making crit even a better stat, even though you're getting some of it passively because of the crit damage element. This I'm a little concerned about, although even if you just ignore it, you're just gonna get passive haste. You guys who played the corruption patch of BFA, season 4, you know how good it feels to just have more haste passively on your character, like with corruption for a few of your classes. Like, it just makes the class more fun, so that's probably good. The damage increase node, totally irrelevant. It's just kind of leaning you more into making those spells powerful. But the refund is going to be something you actually feel. The haste is going to be something you feel. Lightning Rod's going to give you a bunch of value. And this, for specifically Ellie, I think is going to be insane. Like, the gameplay value of Arc Discharge for Elemental Shaman is going to be fucking cracked. Like, you doing a Tempest and then just fucking, you could, first of all, it gives you a lot more movement. I know Ellie's not a class that typically struggles with movement. Actually, Ellie is weird. It usually, like, goes back and forth between builds where you have infinite movement and builds where you're, like, standing still. If you're playing Lightning Bolt-based thing, you're kind of more standstill in general. So this would probably help that. So any movement to help a lightning-based build is probably really good. All right, let's check and the defensive node probably needs a little bit more work, honestly. Okay, capstone. Storm Strike, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning have a chance to strike your target for 4k nature damage. Okay, so you just do extra damage. And then every 3 times this occurs... Oh, holy shit. Your next Lightning Bolt is replaced by Tempest. Okay, you're going to be casting way more fucking Tempest than I thought. Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. That makes Nature's Protection way fucking better, by the way. Way better. Okay. Yeah, that's, Alright, they cooked. I think this is really strong. It sounds strong. It sounds fun. It's like not complicating your gameplay while giving you something. I'll play with it later, but like it sounds like it's not complicating your gameplay and giving you some like feels good value playing your class in return. Sounds like it's gonna be decently powerful. It is gonna kind of lend both trees into a very singular playstyle, which means that, like, if you're someone who loves Elemental Enhance, I like both specs of Enhance. Let's say you love Elemental Enhance, that means you're totemic for the expansion. We haven't seen totemic yet. I'm just going to go ahead and say, based on name value alone, which also holds true for, like, most hero talents, by the way, I think this is going to fucking stink. Hope I'm wrong. I would really hope I'm wrong. But, like, imagine totemic stinks, and then it's just, like, you're either playing Elemental Enhance and it sucks, or whatever. Kind of same thing for Ellie, but I know that people who like the fire version of Ellie right now, which I believe has been meta for the past 2 seasons. I've heard Elemental Shaman players say that's the jingly keys baby mode of Ellie, and they hope that it's not good. So who knows if that opinion is still correct, but from them. But all right, I like this. This is definitely a dub, I think, in my mind for enhanced. Let me just look at Ellie real quick and see if any of the nodes change meaningfully and if that matters. So let me just activate, just slam a bunch of stuff. I'm not gonna like test any animations or anything. I'm just gonna run it down mid here and see if there's any meaningful changes. Obviously all the Maelstrom weapon stacks are just replaced with ×10, but just Maelstrom. Okay, the Chain Lightning node is still the same, which is what I was hoping for. Stacking haste thing every time you spend Maelstrom. Oh, this one's different. Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning elemental overloads have a 50% chance to cause an additional elemental overload. Oh, so for Ellie, they're trying to make their mastery better with this too? I'm guessing? How has mastery been for Ellie this expansion as well? Like, is that something that is like overloads like a decent amount of your damage, or do you guys mastery's good? Okay, so it's not fixing a stat imbalance. It's leaning more into something you already like. Or it's bad for lightning builds. So maybe it's better, making it better for lightning builds. Okay, and then what else they have? Everything else is the same. Oh, wait. Whoa, totally changed it on this node. So for Elemental Shaman, you're going to gain 1 stack of Stormkeeper every 50 seconds. Just flatline. What did that replace for Enhance? What did Enhance say there? Oh, that's when you got the dog. Okay, so instead of dog, you just get 1 stack of Stormkeeper. Interesting. Did the defensive node change? See, why is Surging Currents like this for Enhance? Like, this is just fucking lame, you know? I mean, you're just going to play Nature's Protection. Okay, so, I mean, this is pretty real now. I'm going to guess, especially with, like, good gear, your uptime on Nature's Protection, I think, is going to be over 50%. Having a 50% plus uptime on 10% DR is very good. So that is oh yeah, wait. I wonder if they changed the Lightning Rod talent. Where is it normally? I mean, it's still there. The choice node is still there with Stormkeeper. Oh wait, no. The Lightning Rod thing is still there. It's just giving you Lightning Rod, which is the first time in a talent tree. Again, it is not yet implemented. So that usually just means, hey, you can't test this, it won't work. But maybe it also means they're still cooking it too, because like it's the same talent, right? Oh wait, no, it is a little different. Lightning Rod targets now also take 20% of the damage that Tempest deals, so it just buffs Lightning Rod if you already have it. And then also, and Tempest also applies the Lightning Rod effect. I mean, you definitely wouldn't spec Lightning Rod. You would spec Stormkeeper, and you would just get the Lightning Rod effect. Okay. I kind of fuck with it. Alright, cool. Overall dub. Stormbringer, huge dub. Let's move on. So what do we look at here? So we've got a few things. So we've got majorly the Death Knight rework. I'm just going to warn you right now, I fucking love Death Knight, and I am very passionate about a lot of things about Death Knight, specifically the resource economy for Unholy, which they said they're addressing. I think the class tree is really problematic. I've played a ton of DK. Blood was the main tank that I played in like all World First Rating content. I played that more than anything else. I love playing Frost. I played it in like a few Mythic Plus seasons and got title even when it was bad. I just love Frost. I love Breath, but I understand that I just have so many takes and think about DK all the time. So I just want to look at all this, but because of that, I'm going to spend a fucking ton of time on this. So I want to do this last. I think we should cover everything else first, and then go back and look at this at the end, and then probably make a Death Knight and try it. There's not a lot else. It's just, yeah. Okay, so Demon Hunter. Felsguard fixes several issues with Burning Blades and Demon Surge on interacting with their talents. Demonic Intensity tooltip updated. Activating meta greatly empowers I-Beam and Fel Dev. Immolation Ore in this. Demon Surge damage. Fix an issue that caused this. Wait, did they... one second. I'm logging over to a DH. So we tried to tell this last week. It was really hard to tell how good... Let's log on Washing Machine here. It was hard to tell how good Felscard was because the visuals carry so many of the hero talents. Like, if you were to ask people right now what hero talents are, like, some of the best in the game, a bunch of people would tell you Riders of the Apocalypse is one of them. Right, and they're right, by the way. But, like, Riders of the Apocalypse does literally nothing. It changes your gameplay, not at all. It just looks fucking sick and feels sick. Like, it like, not even gameplay feels sick. Like, you just feel like a fucking beast when you're doing it. Right? So, I'd be interested to see here, because, like, there was potentially really cool animation. So I'm going to spec Havoc real quick, but I know when you're in meta, it changes a couple of your abilities, and one of them is I-Beam. I wonder how I-Beam's going to look when you're in meta now. So let's see. So let's just gather some young resources here. There were a couple other good changes about Felscard in general, but let's just cast meta. All right, the tooltips change. Let's see what this I-Beam looks like. Nah, it still looks the same. Okay, the visuals aren't in yet. Maybe the Aura thing is different? Nah, okay. They haven't added visuals. Nothing to look at here. I'll completely ignore all of this until they do that. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we already read this earlier, but I'm just going to say it again. So Time Spiral is now a choice node with Spatial Paradox for all 3 Evoker specs available in the class tree. So this is going to do 2 things. So number 1, it nerfs Aug because Aug had the ability to have Time Spiral and Spatial Paradox. So if you're someone who's like, I think Evokers have too much utility, which is not an awful take. They have, like, a lot of people who are thinking about that are also considering dungeon utility, which is like stops and stuff like that. But, like, just forget the stops. I mean, purely just like Zephyr, Time Spiral, and Spatial Paradox from one class is, like, insane. That would be like if a druid had 3 innervates. Like, it's just fucking insane value, right? So now, I mean, Evoker's next expansion are objectively losing one thing. You will only be able to choose one of these 3, but I think the right to choose is important, and I think only Aug having an extra thing was a big problem, because Aug is also currently, like, you're incentivized to bring more of them anyway, so, like, having them also have extra things just makes... It's a really weird decision to play Dev. And Dev's, like, unironically an awesome spec, and it's like, you can't play it right now because Spatial Paradox is one of the main reasons. Also, the Spatial Paradox nerf, be very interested. I'm just thinking in my mind right now, you're bringing 2 Evokers to a fight. Do you have them play Spatial Paradox or Time Spiral? Like, that decision is really important. Like, there are fights where Time Spiral is completely required, and you don't really think about Spatial Paradox being required because Amirdrasil is the only raid we did with Aug Evokers, but, like, you could talk to your healer or some of your Aug players, and there are times where Spatial Paradox is, like, extremely fucking good. And even if it's a 50% longer cooldown, which is kind of insane, it's still, like, using it at certain points was super fucking crazy. So, yeah, anyways. Aug, now where they used to have Spatial Paradox, they're now getting a new talent, which is just going to give them 5 yards range. But it's in their spec tree, and I wonder how much value they're going to get on that, because they're kind of used to playing with that, but also range is a huge fucking problem. Like, the amount of times we've had to move, like, our raid's location. So I'm going to say for Aug, this is going to be required in a raid, at least, because, like, the positioning requirement of playing Aug properly is kind of nuts. With how raid fights usually... Oh, it says the range of your helpful magics. I still think you're going to do this, because, like, the main problem with Aug in a raid environment, and again, I kind of hope they change this, like, low-key, one of the biggest changes I hope that happens in this game for... It's actually not game-wide, just for Evokers in general, is going into the new expansion, I hope they make Aug play in raid exactly how they play in Mythic Plus. And I know there's probably a more intricate way that they would want this to work. They would hate it if it was this suggestion I'm about to give. But if it was something as simple as you just picked the 4 people before the poll that you want all of your buffs to go on, that would make playing Aug in a raid way better. And it would help balance Aug. Currently, the issue with balancing Aug is it is designed for players that are not at the highest skill level. but the skill cap in raid between how much damage you can apply to your raid and the knowledge gap of like who you're supposed to be buffing and when, and like the power level difference, right? The power level difference between what the fuck was this paint about? Does anyone remember from yesterday's stream? Was this one of the things where I was saying Shakespeare was a fraud? Does anyone remember what I was doing with this? I actually don't remember. I usually remember what these are from. Oh, it's Hunter's Chains. You're totally right. This is the new... This will be relevant for today. There is a belt tinker in the expansion that allows you to grip a mob to you just like Hunter's Chains and Plunderstorm, which could, like, depending on how many grips you need, could make you not need DKs. That might be relevant later today based on how they reworked the class, but... okay, so what was I going to do? Here's the power of... This is very simple. I don't even know why I opened paint for this. Here's the power... General power level of AUG in a raid when you just buff your top 4 DPS. And here's the power of an AUG, like a singular AUG player, when they're buffing the exact 4 people that are doing the most damage at every single Ebb and Might window. It's like fucking off the screen. Like, it is like twice as good. So, and it's also really hard, and it's super obnoxious to position for that and to figure it out. And the need for weak auras to like track who you're supposed to buff and when is like almost required. So like, and if you ask AUG evokers, AUG is significantly less fun to play in raid than in dungeons because you're doing all of this. It takes the point of this class's simplicity and makes it super fucking complicated. I think Blizzard just needs to remove this right away. Like, they just need to make AUG... It'll be so much easier to balance for the entire game if they do that, and it'll also make the gameplay better. So, and maybe make it cooler than that somehow. But it's just currently impossible to balance how well good players will optimize that versus the players you're actually designing this for. You'll never... AUG will either always be way too good, or it's going to be balanced for the best players, and it won't be good for the people you actually made it for, right? Okay. Preservation. I don't know what the fuck this means, healer stuff. Okay, Mage. So, Arcane Soul no longer claims to reduce Arcane Barrage's mana cost. Okay... This isn't Wowhead posting this, right? This is Blizzard posting this. Arcane Soul no longer claims to reduce Arcane Barrage's mana cost. That sounds like Wowhead speculating on a change and not Blizzard actually announcing one. But I'm sure it's just a tooltip fix or some shit like that. Just kind of funny. Okay, Glorious Incandescence now procs when casting Fire Blast instead of Phoenix Flames. I don't know how that works. Mage, is this a W or an L? W or an L right now? Actually, you know what, Mages? Everything you guys get is a W. I don't even want to fucking hear from you guys right now. Go like fucking cast some spells or some shit, idiots. All right, Fire. Lit Fuse is now applied to Fire Blast instead of Phoenix Flames. Living Bomb applications are slightly desynced to minimize overlapping. Living Bomb damage increased by 100%. Damage not increased in PvP combat. Ooh, Living Bomb damage just twice as good. I do fuck with that. I hated before that people were like, yeah, if Living Bomb passively happens because of some tier or talent, that's cool. But, like, when you spec it, it's never worth pressing. It's like, hey, well, that means that button's not good enough, right? And if people are saying, well, Living Bomb will probably still be piss, then the fact that they buffed it by 100% is objectively a good thing, right? Although maybe it could be weird with how many of them are passively happening now. I know it was either one of the hero talents or like tier recently that made you get Living Bombs when you're doing stuff. But also, if you're a wizard player and you know what I'm talking about, don't even talk. I don't even fucking care about it. Just know that. All right, here we go. Kindling now benefits from Flame Strike. Oh. Flame Strike crits reduce the remaining cooldown of Combust by 0.2 seconds for each crit up to 1 second. In AoE, though? That's fucking insane. Like, each individual crit? Or, like, if Flame Strike crits once, you get a Kindling. I mean, it's only 0.2, so it is probably per crit. Wow. Unleashed Inferno's non-flame... I don't know what that means. Okay, here we go. Brewmaster. So Brewmaster's got some changes. Again, I probably won't, like, go giga check these, and I haven't played Brewmaster in 2 years, so I'm going to need some W or Ls at the end of all of this, because I don't exactly know where they're replacing, because anytime they're adding, like, a million new talents, they're also, like, moving some around or removing some. So let's just see what they're... So, and just to start with what's removed, they removed Healing Elixir, they removed Clash, it was in the Clash tree now anyway, they removed Graceful Exit, Bone Dust, Bountiful Brew, and Attenuation. Okay. They added, when you fall below 40% health, you gain an absorb for 100% of recently purified damage, or a minimum of 20% of your max health. Cannot occur more than once every 15 seconds. That just sounds like a better healing elixir. Is that what replaced healing elixir? It just sounds like a less active absorbs are just better than heals healing elixir situation. So that just sounds like a huge dub. Okay, Strike at Dawn. Rising Sun Kick grants a stack of Elusive Brawler. Okay. New talent, you have a 10% chance to not reset your Elusive Brawler stacks on a successful dodge. Okay. When you would have healed above max health, you instead convert an amount equal to 40% of your crit to a heal over time effect. So 40% of your... That's fucking sick. That's, like, really good. I mean, Brewmasters are, like, the class that, like, receives the most healing, right? Just through a bunch of different effects and the fact that they're constantly taking damage. Like, them turning overheals into hots is fucking... That sounds so insane. I wonder if, like, the whole values they have here with, like, 40% of crit strike, or if even that's good design. I don't even know if you guys like crit. Either way, interesting for sure. Ox Stance. Casting Purifying grants you charges and or stacks of Ox Stance based on stagger level. When you take damage that is greater than 60%... When you take damage that is greater than 60% of your current health, a charge is consumed to increase the amount you stagger. So the wording of this is super interesting. I wonder if that means when a single attack you would take would do more than 60% of your health, which is like almost exclusively... You have to keep in mind, that's before stagger, I imagine. If that's calculated before stagger, that probably happens more than you would expect. But this would happen with, like, raid busters all the time. So if this is basically saying... If there's, like, a fight that has a super hard-hitting raid tank buster, or, like, a boss like Denathrius where probably literally every melee does more damage than this... Literally every melee did more than that. Then, like, it would just give you hella value, right? And make you way tankier. Yeah, maybe good for Tyrannical, too, if you're a Mythic Plus player. Okay. I kind of like it. It depends on where it is in the tree, and it depends on how much it's increasing your stagger. Like, I could see this being a small amount and just being a total dead talent, too. Anyways, new talent. Rising Sun Kick grants a stack of Ox Stance. Ox Stance will now trigger when an attack is larger than 50% of your current health. I like the idea of Ox Stance, because just the idea of being fucking just stanced up as an ox goes hard as fuck. How could you ever kill someone that's in Ox Stance? How could you knock them over, you know? They feel so sturdy. It'll now trigger when an attack is larger than 50%. So that's like an increased node, so it just gets more uptime, I guess. That's kind of an interesting idea, because, like, there's probably some fights where you wouldn't want this to happen, because you would want it to, depending on how many Ox Stance charges or stacks you have, you would want to take this if you realize that Ox Stance is really strong, but the current boss actually isn't proccing it, and you would try this talent to see if it procced it more often. Because, like, proccing this more than the stacks you generate isn't value. Like, it's going to kind of be fight dependent. So that choice node or extra node at the end might be really fun. Chi Surge and Call to Arms. Max its current health. Wait, so it functions like Will of the Necropolis? Is that what you're saying? It's not based on how hard the thing hits? Oh, it hits you for 60% of your current health. No, this is not Will of the Necropolis. But, okay, I was thinking max HP. Okay, that's fine. Anvil and Stave is an update. Each time you dodge or an enemy misses, you reduce the remaining cooldowns of your bruise by 0.5 to 1. Effect reduced for each melee attacker. Was on a 3-second ICD. So there's no ICD on this? At all? Okay. So, big brew cooldown in dungeons. Improved Invoke Nijuao has been updated. While Nijuao is active, Purifying Brew increases the damage of the next stomp based on stagger. Damage is split between all enemies. Was stagger purified. The following talent's been removed. Those. Okay, cool. Quick Windwalker changes. New talent, Memory of the Monastery. Tiger Palm's chance to activate Blackout Kick is increased by 15%, and consuming Teachings of the Monastery grants you 1% haste for 5 seconds, equal to the amount of stacks consumed. So haste is actually feels a lot better now. I have no idea about stat priority yet, but it just like feels better. It also like increases fist damage. They like changed the chi and resource economy a little bit. Activating Blackout Kick more often is really strong because depending on where this is, because there's just a lot of talents that synergize with that. There's one that makes the next Blackout Kick you do after this proc do 175% more damage. Obviously, it affects your resource economy a lot because you get a free Blackout Kick, right? There's also one that makes it so when you use this proc, you get 1 chi instead of it just being free. So like definitely just across the board, there's a build where this is just going to feel a lot better. I wonder where it is. Someone said it's in the Sky Touch position. Oh, that makes sense because Sky Touch has been removed, which I'm a big fan of, by the way. Sky Touch kind of goes against what Windwalker is trying to do. Windwalker is and I'm glad that like you play Storm, Earth, and Fire now, and you have multiple options to either make it last longer or have it go shorter. Like spending chi makes it come up more often, and then in general, Shadow Pan makes it come up more often. But this like Bone Dust Brew and Sky Touch made a really cool button like Storm, Earth, and Fire really basic. It meant, yeah, you have the ability of a charge-based cooldown, which is pretty rare in this game. I think it might be the only one that exists, actually, where you do a lot of your damage and you can kind of move it around. But it just made you do it every minute because of the crit window and because of Bone Dust, and probably each one of those on their own as well. And that was just super lame, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think that's a great change, and I think that works with the current build too. So I'm just glad. And also, Windwalker has a really, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but has a really weird problem right now in the expansion where like there's way too many talents and buttons that say increases your damage done by like 5 to 10%, increases your crit by 50%, increases your damage done by whatever. Just too many stacking modifiers that just sound really hard to balance and weird to play with a little bit. So like just removing one of them is probably good. Anyways, Fury of the Wind now increases crit strike chance. Fury of the Wind now increases your critical strike chance, was haste, and invokes Wen the Tiger for 10 seconds, was 8. So just Fury of the Wind buff. I love that talent, and I wish it was stronger. The crit chance... I think that's going to be good. The haste made sense in this. Like, it felt bad that it was haste in the past, but, like, haste actually makes sense in this expansion, but crit's probably still better. Just an interesting time to change to that. And then fix an issue with Jade Ignition's damage to be reduced during Storm, Earth, and Fire. Oh, that's why it was doing so little damage. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Shout out Windwalker. All right, we're almost done, and then we're gonna look at DK. I'm gonna spend a ton of time on DK. I have not done that yet. I have gone over Stormbringer though. Void Weaver, Void Blast, based insane regeneration reduced, and depth of shadows chance to summon a shadow. Okay, so just nerf. Get on Shadow Priest. All right, rogues. New talent, Shadowheart, where your leech is just increased by 3% while stealthed. Seems pretty weak. Acrobatic Strikes has been redesigned. That's the thing that used to make you just auto-attack from farther away. Auto-attacks increase auto-attack damage and movement speed by 1% for 3 seconds, stacking up to 10%. And then the dev note is, Acrobatic Strikes no longer increases the range of melee attacks. We are revisiting increased melee range talents across the game, and most are being removed. Default melee range has increased since these talents were originally created, allowing specs with increased range to attack from well outside where it appears they should be able to. Alright, that's going to be polarizing. I think there's a world where this is good for the game, because I think as more and more melee, like Feral and Ret now is probably the most egregious example of this, where it's like melee have been balanced for a long time to like be like you have to be like connecting with the target to do damage, and it's easier to tune them because of that. But like if melee can hit from anywhere, and as that's been happening more and more, remember people were saying survival hunters should have been given aspect of the eagle or whatever, which would have been like it'd be like aspect of the fox for range, but it's just for melee, and like for 10 seconds all melee can just attack from anywhere. I could see it maybe being good for the game, but it's going to take time. But people are going to hate it right now because it just sounds less fun, right? This is just one of those changes where if this never existed, you would just play around it and find a way to make it work. But like people who play specs with stuff like this, like if you played Feral and they're like, hey, your range is no longer there, or you play Ret right now, dude, holy fuck. Imagine if Ret, they were like, by the way, you have to be a melee range to cast all of your abilities again. Like that would feel much worse, right? So the feel of this is going to be bad. But they're going for an overall game design and balance thing, which I think in that sense it might be good. But if you are one of these specs right now, you read this and you're not happy. So I imagine rogues are not happy about that. Let's see. Cut to the chase. Move from assassination tree to baseline all specs. Triggering from envenom, dispatch, and eviscerate. I don't even know what that means. Oh, is that the thing that extends slice and dice? Or refreshes it? I think this is huge. I think the days of manually putting up Slice and Dice, manually putting up Savage Roar, manually putting up Inquisition, that is a ancient WoW move. You may have some nostalgia about it, but like the gameplay of that is just straight donkey compared to how newer specs are designed. So I'm a fan of that. Some people may not like it. I think it's great to make basically Slice and Dice be something you put up once and then just get it for free. It just feels so bad just to use a finisher on doing no damage and refreshing a buff. It just seems like it's 10 years old because it is. Vanish's guaranteed stealth duration is now 1.5 seconds was base 3. PvP thing, don't care. But maybe that's a big change. Who knows? Tight Spender now reduces energy cost of finishing moves by 6% was 10. Okay. Subterfuge now a 2-point talent. Effect duration is 6 seconds at the end. Wait, what the fuck does... Am I thinking... Did they just make... Where's Subterfuge? So Subterfuge right now is just abilities requiring stealth can be used for 3 seconds. So they just doubled the duration of Subterfuge if you want to spend another talent in it. That seems fucking great. That's like the exact kind of talent where... If you were given the option to spend a second point, you may or may not want to do that. But it's weird. It would almost be like a choice node, you know? It's not, like, literally not a choice node, but, like, there are some scenarios where you're going to get everything you want to get out of it in 3 seconds. Like, if it's a mandatory 2 and it's here, it could be weird for pathing, too. They did say they moved the position of a lot of things, so I'm wondering if that is just in a different spot. Let's see. Without a trace, move to sub to class tree, replacing Shadow Dance. I don't know what that means. Night Stalker has been removed. What is Night Stalker? Oh, it's right there. While in stealth, your abilities deal 5% more damage. Yeah, it seems like a weak capstone node. You could just like bake that into the class, right? And now that's moved to subtlety, and it's a capstone for sub specifically, since sub is more stealth based, replacing Shadow Dance. And then what is moved there instead? Or no, so without a trace is moved there, replacing Shadow Dance. What is without a trace? So sub is now class tree. Vanish has 1 additional charge. How do you guys feel about that, Rogues? Having Shadow Dance? Wait, what did they do with Shadow Dance? Did I miss that? They said things were moved around. I'm assuming Shadow Dance is still there. But having 2 charges of Vanish sounds great. They made Shadow Dance sub only? Oh, okay. That sounds fine to me, but who knows. Assassination. New talent, Rapid Injection. Envenom deals 10% increased damage while Envenom's effect is active. Okay, so that's like you want to just keep spamming Envenoms. How long is that duration? That reminds me of one of those... Isn't that just really similar to like one talent that Assassination used to have? It was like in the mop talent tree, and you would choose it instead of... It was a yellow buff. It was 4 seconds long. You guys know what talent I'm talking about? It's like in the top of my head. If you guys are saying this is the tier right now, that's fine. I'm just saying like elaborate planning. That's what I was thinking of. Sorry, that was in my head. Okay, so you guys are saying this is a tier right now, and you guys like this as tier, and you like that they're baking it in. Hey, I hope that they're doing this to the right talent. All I'm saying is, in general, I wish Blizzard did it more, that when they have an awesome tier set, they don't even think twice. Just get rid of some trash. There's trash in every spec tree that people aren't taking, and put the tier effect there. Give people new choices to make there. I think that's fun. Serrated Bone Spike has been redesigned. It's now a passive. Okay, maybe removing button bloat or something. Prepare a serrated bone spike every 30 seconds, stacking up to 3. Rupture will spend a stack to embed a bone spike in its target. Every 30 seconds, like, it's going to make your burst feel good. But, like, that's just... When you boil it down to after you remove your stacks, just every 30 seconds, you're going to put up a serrated bone spike. You're going to have to get refunds somehow. We're doing alpha dungeons login? No. No, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I will log in and do that later. Let's see. Deals physical damage. Refunds a stack when a target dies. So, like, maybe in dungeons. Generates 1 combo point plus 1 additional per active bone spike. Okay. Serrated bone spike, initial damage reduced, but damage over time. Oh, just straight up nerfed. Improved. Actually, that's kind of interesting to play with. For assassination, I like the feel of this. Like, I kind of wish... I wish assassination kind of aggro. He spammed it like 2 or 3 times. I didn't just... Guys, I'm not like a fucking psycho. It's not like he typed that 1 time and then I just, like, fucking lost my mind. He fucking... How many times did he type that shit? At least twice. I fucking read it the first time. I'm not doing that. I'm yapping right now. All right, here we go. I wish assassination, just from a... This may be just my opinion. I wish assassination was, like, one of the best classes in the game at 3-target cleave. Like, if there's 3 targets stacked up and you're able to keep Garrote and Rupture on all 3 targets, I think you should absolutely slam. Like you should, at the very worst, do as much as the best class in the game. I wish it was more like that. I wish it leaned more into that. So that like dot focused playstyle I think is really good. Blizzard's been weird with dots. They've like nerfed dot classes over time because dots are like kind of objectively broken every time you add in new targets if you're balancing their damage to be done to a single one, but I think it's easier to balance that with a rogue with an energy system rather than like Affliction Warlocks and Shadow Priests. Like clearly that's way different since BFA, but I don't know. Improved Garrote effect, duration increased to 6 seconds was 3. Isn't that the silence? Is that improved Garrote? Is that the silence? Maybe not. Improved Garrote. Garrote deals 50% damage and has no cooldown when used from stealth and for 3 seconds after breaking stealth. So now that's 6? That sounds good. That's kind of like Shrouded Suffocation. It was like the replacement for that, right? And it's also... oh, wait. I mean, it's just going to match new Subterfuge, right? Indiscriminate Carnage effect. Duration reduced to 6 seconds was 10. That's the big agility you get from dotting everything. It's near the bottom, right? Garrote and Rupture apply to 2 additional nearby enemies when used from stealth and for 10 seconds after breaking stealth. And then that is... Okay, so improved Garrote isn't going to let you get out more Garrotes, really. It's just going to make that window less tight so you can press other buttons. I think that's good. Okay, Kingsbane damage bonus per poison application now has a stated cap at 1,000% from 50. Was... Oh, interesting. And then its base damage increased by 6%. Kingsbane was originally intended to be uncapped, but abilities and talents introduced in Dragonflight expansion allowed players to reach its previously unreachable hidden cap. Increasing or removing the cap in its current environment would reinforce poor gameplay outcomes and continue to constrain talent options. So a lower cap is being introduced with the intention of having Kingsbane remain a valuable component of any build, but not being required as every build's all-important main character. So people are going to hear this, and if they really like Kingsbane, are going to be mad. Where this will be good is if there's a lot of other viable options that you feel like you can actually choose now and are fun to play and powerful, but that's not something you're going to feel until you're actually in the expansion. Sepsis has been removed. Cool. Outlaw. Ace up your sleeve. Now grants 4 combo points when triggered. Was 5. Which one is that? Is that when you would like get repeat procs of whatever that gun ability is? That's the chaining procs. So I guess this is to reduce the value of just like crazy RNG. Is this a PvP change? Because I've definitely seen rogues in the AWC just pull out the gat and it just never goes away and someone dies. You think it's a PvE change? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously it affects both, but it just makes the gameplay way less degen and easier to react to. Okay, cool. Mastery damage has just been increased by 24%. I'm assuming Outlaw Mastery was turbo ass. And they're currently playing... Actually, you don't even need to answer that question. I believe Outlaw on live right now are playing Verse. So that just directly tells me that their other stats fucking suck. So, not surprising. Adrenaline Rush has been updated. No longer increases the GCD recovery rate by 25% while active. Now increases the global cooldown recovery rate equal to your haste while active, up to 25%. And now increases energy regen by 50 was 60. Interesting. This entire note sounds like they're just trying to make haste a stat you care about. In all three things are to make haste better. Which is good. A lot of rogues might read this initially and just be like, that thing is nerfed. But like the reality is they're going to tune every class to be roughly the same coming into the expansion. And they did the same thing with Windwalker. Like, changing your economy to make haste valuable, but still buffing your class to be relevant will mean that you'll just scale better with stats. So this, in theory, should be a good thing. But obviously, if it just feels worse, it might just be really bad, but who knows. And it might feel worse initially because you have no haste when you start playing the expansion. Count the odds. Now is a base chance of 10% was 8, and the duration was 8 was 5, but no longer doubled in stealth. Upper hand's upper hand. Underhanded upper hand no longer affects slice and dice duration. Well, it doesn't matter because you baseline extended, right? Underhanded upper hand. By the way, fuck this ability name. And no longer grants 3 seconds. So what the fuck does it do? Okay, Crackshot's dispatch effectiveness reduced to 50% was 75. Thief's versatility now increases verse by 3 was 4. Some talents have moved locations, and sepsis are removed as well. And then last thing for sub, pre-med has been redesigned. After entering stealth, your next combo point generating ability generates full combo points. Okay. Invigorating Shadow Dust now reduces cooldowns by 10 to 20 seconds, was 15 to 30, so nerfing CDR. Shadow Dance moved from class tree to sub-talent tree. Okay, so now Shadow Dance is just in the game. That's you're playing it now. And then Shadow Focus now reduces cost, and some talents have moved. All right, Warlocks. So, famously, I don't know what any of these words mean. So, I'm going to try to see what they mean, and then if not, I'm just going to call someone real quick. Seeds of Their Demise has been redesigned. Blackened Soul... We're not doing this. One second, I'm calling someone.
Hey, yo, what's good?
What? Tell me what they did with Warlocks.
Okay. Well, they changed some tuning about Hellcaller, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like, you know, what... The hero trees are actually pretty okay for the most part. You know, I will say that.
Okay.
Now, Demo. They reduced your amount of Demon Bolts yet again. For the 7th patch in a row.
What does that mean? Does that mean you have to cast more...
More Shadow Bolts.
Oh, that's trash. Yeah, that's weird because when
yet again.
So I remember when they initially announced that they had like a dev note and it was something like I couldn't really tell what any of the words meant, but I could tell what they were saying in theory was we want you to press less of your buttons that like generate and finish. We just want you to cast more fillers. And I just remember having such a visceral reaction to that because I'm like, every single class in the game, that would feel so fucking bad. And that you're just saying that's just getting worse.
Yeah, and that's the case for Destro changes coming up. That's also the case.
Oh, casting fillers as Destro sounds even worse because then you're also just like turbo not moving anywhere, right?
Yeah. All of the Warlock trees so far have had your filler get buffed and your filler's cast time reduced in all of the talent trees. And all of the talent trees have had just random crit chance nodes and random crit damage nodes thrown throughout the tree. Also, in this Destro rework iteration, they actually didn't reduce the talent points. It's still 56 and 16.
Oh, let me pull this up. So, Kalamazi tweeted about this, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's home right now, so I don't think he logged in to see them, but...
Isn't it his job to be home and go over this on alpha days? What is he doing? I feel like he doesn't care about his job, right? Oh, I'm fucking muted. That's hype. You didn't hear that at all. Fucking love that.
Nope, I did not.
Yep. Okay, here we go. I was just basically flaming him, but it's all good. That's crazy. But the silence made it sound really mean. All good, though. Here we go. We have... So this is actually something that Kalamazzi tweeted a while ago. I have it pulled up on stream, like that little spreadsheet. And this is just purely the amount of talent points in every class's spec tree and the amount of 2-point nodes that exist within. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys and go through all of them, but generally speaking, the more well-made and more recently updated trees have either 0 or a very small amount of 2-point nodes. Like, it's just like an old thing that they're phasing out. And as we're seeing here, Destro got the most changes today. This is before the changes, but Destro had the most talent points of any spec, and 16 of them were 2-point nodes, which is like super ass. So you're saying, did they address that really at all in any of the changes today?
None of them were changed. All of the talent points are the same amounts, and now you have more required talents in worse areas.
Okay, that is not good. Okay, well,
oh, and they nerfed a bunch of the capstones and deleted like the good ones. So there's like builds without capstones.
Is there anything else, or does it get any? Or is there any of the new talents they added cool at all, or are they just?
One of them was just a Covenant ability from Shadowlands. It's a decent one.
Which one's that?
It's the Decimating Bolt, the execute talent thing. So it's like nice. I don't mind Decimating Bolt, but want to know what they replaced?
What?
The Purple Infernal.
Oh.
Yeah.
That thing blasts.
Probably everyone's favorite talent. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. I wonder if they're like scared of Destro. I bet it's hard for them to tune Destro. Because I know they think Destro's like bad, and like everyone's saying Destro's bad, and then it ends up just being the best Mythic Plus spec in a season because it just has crazy uncapped AoE, and I'm sure that Purple Infernal was a big part of that. I wonder if they're just trying to remove that.
The Purple Infernal was it was not part of the like infinite AoE thing. That was just a different talent doing that. They also adjusted that talent to make it so it just reduces the cost of the ability by 1 shard instead of like granting you shards, which is fine. It's a talent that can cause a lot of problems, so it's fine. But
well, isn't the Inferno redesign going to affect scaling though? With targets?
Yes. Yeah, but I think that's okay, right? I mean, it was a ridiculous spec when you pulled like 20 mobs.
Well, it's a ridiculous spec when there's only like 1 or 2 of them in the game. Right, like you could make the argument that a lot of classes would like to feel insane when you pulled 20 mobs, but like if there's only 1 in the game, it's gonna always be problematic like that.
Yeah, which it was a problem. So nerfing that is like understandable. But they basically just like neutered a bunch of talents, nerfed all the capstones, and added in a bunch of new like talents that all just increase crit damage and reduce your filler's cast time.
Have you read the dev notes that they stated for Warlock specifically today?
The ones today, no.
Yeah, I think someone in chat saying that they stated that like none of the trees are like finished. It's just, well, I don't know. Let me actually see. For Destro, we want to reduce the fluctuation in throughput in relation to the number of targets in combat. We already talked about. They already did that today. Improve underused talents such as Soulfire and Cataclysm. Do you agree with that?
Well, part of the reason why Cataclysm isn't used is because it should just be baseline. And Soulfire isn't used because it feels like shit to press. It's a 3.5 second cast.
Okay.
It feels like shit to press. And it's also in like the worst place in the fucking tree imaginable, so...
Okay, at least, so they're not, so here, they did say one thing. This is from Blizzard. Before we dive in, we want to acknowledge that our work with each spec tree is not complete. We've seen recent discussions regarding how bloated the Demo and Destro tree are in terms of available talents and ranks, as well as the pathing of the Affliction tree. Then it says at the bottom, in this context, a restructuring means that the amount of 2-rank talent nodes will be reduced, talents may be removed, talents may be added, and new pathing will be added, and talent nodes may be moved, but they're not done with doing all of that yet. This is the path of head and like what to expect in the next few updates. So at least they're addressing that.
Yeah.
They're aware that it's super fucked for Warlock specific. Actually, it's like multiple Warlock specs are super bad. What's another? Oh my god, look at Hunter. Hunter's also just turbo down bad.
Yeah. Affliction's not that bad because it doesn't have a lot of talent points, but almost all of those 2-pointers you have to grab. So.
Okay. All right, that's all I needed. Thanks, dog.
No problem.
See ya. All right, so Warlock's in the mud, but Blizzard's actively trying to dig them out of the mud. Apparently, we're gonna have to wait until the next couple attempts. All right, so here we go, boys. We talked about everything. Oh wait, there's a few things at the bottom. Anytime they type user interface and accessibility, I say a prayer to whatever god may listen. If there's one out there, just fucking listen to this. Please, for the love of fucking God, rework the nameplates and add improved buff and just not improved. Add a buff and debuff, like updated UI system in default UI. It needs to happen before the expansion. Okay, improved clarity when enchanting items. It doesn't matter. Updates to the mini world map icons. Okay, that could be cool. Checkboxes for tracking have been added to the quest log for your easier management. Characters on the character select screen are now directly clickable within the scene. Oh, that's... Okay, I'll try that. The group manager has been updated with new art and new features. Oh! Oh, shit! That's the raid thing. Like, you know when you press O, and then you hit the little raid thing, and you can see people in what group? They said they were completely reworking that, and it sounds like they've done it. That's actually pretty significant. Health bar... Oh! Health bars have been updated... No... When this said health bars, there was a lot of things I was going to expect here. I was going to think maybe they were going to allow you to split your health and health, mana, and like resource bar from your player frame in default UI. That would be sick. Maybe they would allow you to customize your personal resource display, which has a health bar on it, but... What is it? I guess Maximum isn't religious. Lamau. Anyway, I hope Elemental Shaman gets reworked as well. Bro, what are you fucking talking about? I am not religious, though. Not even one bit. But that shouldn't matter. We're on fucking Twitch.tv, right? None of that shit matters. And if you all are, that's fucking sweet. And I love that. All right. Here we go. This is such a weird chat. Here we go. Let's look at DK. All right, we might have to like log on the young alpha to really see this because a lot of these new talents that they added, I'm sure the actual position of them is super important. So maybe we'll try to let's just read some buttons. Let's forget about positioning right now and let's just read the talents and read all of this and then we'll go on alpha and fuck with it. And I want to play it too if this stuff's implemented. Because I fucking love DK. All right, new talent, Subduing Grasp. When you pull an enemy, the damage they deal to you is reduced by 4% for 6 seconds. That's so any mob that can actually be gripped, generally speaking, is not gonna hit you real hard. And if you're a DK, if you're a DPS DK, you like super don't care about this. And your class is kind of pretty strong anyway. Anyways, new talent Osmosis, anti-magic shell, increases healing received by 25%. So you receive more healing when it's up. That's pretty weak. I guess you get anti-magic shells for free from but they're like not as powerful, right? From your Rider of the Apocalypse shit. But I think in general that's weak. Like, I don't know. When you have AMS, you're not going to die, and usually you're using it to immune something, and if you're using it for a damage spell, it's going to go away like almost instantly. But either way, we'll see. New talent. Depends on its positioning. I'm not going to spend too much time at where things are located until I look at all of it combined. New talent, Null Magic. Magic damage taken is reduced by 15%. Wait, okay. And the duration of harmful magic effects against you are reduced by 35%. New capstone choice node with vestigial shell, which I guess is the next thing. Replacing Soul Reaper. Ooh, love this right away. The capstone level of the class tree had a huge problem with all of its actually just the whole class tree had a huge problem with all of power everywhere and no actual cool choice. I hope they're addressing that by moving those capstones, making them baseline, or just putting them somewhere else. But that them doing this alone won't solve the problem. It also requires good pathing and just the removal. We've talked about this a lot. Like when you're looking at trees, the good trees, just very class trees specifically, they have the number of required talents are below like 27. And it's okay for there to be like required talents. And what I mean by required talents isn't like some are really obvious, right? So like, I don't know, you read some like this and it's like increases all damage dealt. Okay, if you're a Windwalker, taking a point that's going to increase your damage by 2% per point, like you're going to take that. That's required. There's more things that are required, right? Like if you look at a druid thing, like you have a thing called thick hide, right? Which is 2-point talent. And it's going to reduce your damage taken by 3%. I think in the expansion, I'm looking at an old one here, the War Within talent calculator. It's actually a 1-point talent, and it's a 4% reduction, right? Like, that's required. Let's not get that twisted. No matter what spec you play, you need that. That is not something you can choose. You will have to have that all the time, or else you're stupid, right? So, good trees, good class trees, as we've learned, and they've evolved over the last 2.5 years now. They have really 2 years, not 2.5. They just simply, you have 31 points to spend. The good ones feel like you get all of the stuff you have to have with 27, 26, 20, 28 maybe. And then there are 3 points that are cool. Like, oh, I can gain this thing that matters that I don't need. And it's hard to pull that off. I'd say like more than half of the class trees in the game right now do pull that off, but some of them really don't. And DK might be the worst one. Like, DK is just strapped. From the second you start this tree, you are strapped with things you need. It's fucking awful. Okay? So I hope they address that. This is one way to replace it. Like, all of the really good trees do not have really strong offensive capstones. They've pretty much all of the recently reworked ones are like that. So let's see where that goes. So the choice node with null magic, which is a baseline 15. But first of all, before we even move on, 15% magic damage base, that is fucking crazy. That is insane. All right, duration of harmful magic effects against you are reduced. That's also insane / problematic. Think about pulling Thundercock, right? In Ruby Life Pools, and imagine the healer's like trying to just dispel someone right away, and they accidentally dispel the non-DK first, and then their debuff is going to come off like way faster than they were expecting, and like you die to having 2 big damage events close to it. It's like, that's kind of a random niche example, but like there's like weird effects where like having dots affect a particular player or class for less duration can be weird. Jaina is an example of this, right? Although that wasn't like a dispellable magic thing, I don't think. It was like a non-dispellable one, but you know, same shit. Dottie second boss, yeah, exactly. Think about the second boss of Galakron's Fall. Like having the DK not get dispelled first, you'd probably just always dispel the DK first, but like having them get dispelled second would just like kind of throw you off. Anyways, weird thing. Anyways, here's the choice node. Casting anti-magic shell grants 2 nearby allies a lesser anti-magic shell that absorbs magic damage and reduces the duration of harmful magic effects against them by 50%. Okay, so okay, check this out. If this lesser anti-magic shell immunes raid mechanics at the same way that actual anti-magic shell can, this is game-breakingly strong on certain fights. If it doesn't do that, and it is a different spell ID and it doesn't actually act as a true magic immunity, then this is just going to be pretty shit, I think. I mean, it depends on the amount, right? Like, think about Mass Barrier. Why is Mass Barrier good? Even in a raid, it's a really underrated good spell if you use it at the right time. If you use AMS and, like, you give that AMS to 2 other players, like, a lesser AMS would probably let them live a, like, massive raid attack. Sludge Fist yelling or, like, breaking a barrier, you know? So it's, like, it's a Mass Barrier that goes on 2 people instead of 5. but it's cast more than twice as often, that's like even just keeping people alive used at the right moment. That could be good purely defensively. And in the scenario in which, and I'm sure people either have tested this or will test this, in the scenario in which this can immune raid mechanics, this will be completely absurd, like completely insane. And in fact, it's so insane that it'll probably be nerfed because you would just bring like, have you guys ever done a raid fight and it's like, okay, guys, use your immunities here because we're going to try to just chance removing one of these debuffs. You do this on Dathia. You do this on Kurog for the ice thing at the end. Like it would just... There's a million fights where you know this feeling. Like that would be so good. What is it? If it's lesser, make it 4 nearby allies, so it's sick in dungeons. Well, if it was 4 nearby allies, it would probably be super strong. Like, think about Mass Barrier, right? It's on a 2-minute cooldown, and it goes on 4 other people. This goes on half the amount of things with less than half of the cooldown. It probably won't be as big of an absorb, but also Mass Barrier doesn't need to be as big of an absorb for it to still functionally do the same thing. Keep you alive through a big hit. I think this is better than people think, Vestigial Shell, even if it doesn't immune things. I'm going to assume it's not, because if it does, I think they'll nerf it. So I'm just going to assume that it doesn't do that. And if it doesn't already, then there it is. Okay, new talent, Ice Prison. Chains of Ice now also roots enemies for 4 seconds, but its cooldown is increased to 12 seconds. Available in Gate 1 after Blinding Sleep. Fine. New talent, Rune. Well... that actually could be an interesting replacement with multiple DKs. You could use that as a replacement for like mass root on like a specific target or no. Okay, I'm cooking too much. This is like okay. But also I wonder if it's a magic dispellable root or if it can be removed by damage, because one thing that's interesting about this is roots that can be broken to damage, like entangling roots, for example, have way less value than like if you could put one up that you could actually just keep a mob still. Like in raid, that would be super value. And then also I think your Chains of Ice AoEs somehow, I know that it used to be a Torghast power, but I think it's in one of the hero talents too, so you could use that for an entire group. Okay. New talent, Rune Protection. Your chance to be critically struck is reduced by 3%, and your armor is increased by 3 to 6. Replaces Icy Talon's old position within the tree. Sounds pretty basic. Armor is only really good on, like... I remember Demon Hunters had an armor talent in when I did Season 3 Mythic Plus for a little bit, and, like, it was only relevant on, like, a couple of mechanics that tried to one-shot you that were physical-based, and Unholy's probably already chilling with that, like DPS DK, so... and they critically struck things, completely irrelevant, so I don't know. It's whatever. Actually, that's not really true, right? Like, if you ever have to taunt a raid boss for a second, you can get crit if you're a non-tank, right? Like, that's a thing. Like, you can taunt and get crit. Does anyone know what the chance to get crit is when you're not a tank but you taunt a boss? Is it 6%? So, I mean, like, reducing that in half, I don't know. It could make it... Someone said it's 100% if I'm taunting. Yeah, I know that feeling. But, like, I don't know. Sometimes you need to do that. Usually it's, like, your Holy Pally that does it. At least in our guild it is. Dryny fucking loves taunting stuff. But it'd be nice to, like, be able to talent... If you have a class tree with actual choice, that would be kind of a cool thing. Like, oh, on this fight I have to taunt a boss, and at least I'll have less of a chance or no chance to get crit. I wish it would be no chance if you're spending a whole talent on it, but... whatever. And then armor increase is just kind of good for blood all the time. Chains of Ice is now granted baseline. Anti-magic shell is now granted baseline. Okay, so that's... well, wait, isn't it baseline already? Or is it just learned at a different level? Oh, this is the new tree. I need to look at the old one. Wait, it's still baseline. Or no, it's... for some reason it's doing live. Go live. Okay, no, it isn't learned baseline. Okay, so you're just gaining Spectre points. Love to see that. Rune of the Stone Skin Gargoyle can now be rune forged on one-handed weapons. Wait. But Blood DKs aren't using one-handed weapons, so that... are they going to let Blood DKs dual wield? I actually hope they let Blood dual wield. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. There's actually very few classes that, like, when you're making a raid comp to, like, absorb the loot that just happens throughout an entire raid, there is a frighteningly small amount of one-handed strength weapon users. It's like Frost DK, Prot Paladins, and Prot Warriors. Is that it? Is there even another one? It's like it's not even 3 classes, it's like 3 specs. So, and like Single-Minded Fury is a meme, so it's just those specs. I wasn't even thinking that they needed to do this, but I've spoken on this in the past. If they're making Blood DK dual wield, I think that's really smart, just purely for the weapon economy in the game. They're making an entire weapon for like almost no one. And it's like absorbing the loot pool. Rune of Hysteria has been removed. This is Breath of Sindragosa issues, right? They spoke about this before. Rune of Hysteria was a problematic design, especially as it pertains to Breath of Sindragosa and the volatility of its uptime. We felt that for the overall health of the spec, it would be best to remove Hysteria at this time to better enable us to meet our goals, the upcoming changes to Breath. Okay, so it looks like they're changing Breath. I'll just give my Breath take before I read any of that. I think the best thing for them to do with Breath in this game is to still have it feel like your skill applies to it. I don't think they should remove it. I think your skill should still apply to it. But, like, you should be able to extend it to, like, 30 seconds, like, at the absolute most by being an absolute beast. Because with it potentially lasting forever, you have to tune around that, and then how bad it feels when it's down is shit, and then you, like, feel bad with pug tanks or, like, people who don't pull enough mobs, and it's just, like, an awful feeling. But that being said, some of the raid fights I've done with Breath of Sindragosa, where I've kept it up all the time, are seriously some of the most fun I've ever had in this entire game. It's like, so I'm super conflicted. I know there's a crowd out there that fucking hates Breath, and I think the main reason for that is because Blizzard has not done a good enough job of tuning Breath versus Obliterate over the years, where, like, they have done that well with, like, movement Demon Hunter, either momentum or inertia, versus, like, just really easy-ass I-beam Demon Hunter. Like, they've been really close. Like, Breath and Oblit actually haven't been close. I think that's Blizzard's fault, and that's why Breath is so disliked. Because, like, if Oblit was, like, within a couple % of Breath, and you could play easy-ass Oblit DK, like, I don't think people would hate Breath as much as they do now. It's because they felt forced to play it, and there was obviously a lot of the gameplay issues we already talked about. Anyways, moving on. Okay, so they're removing Hysteria. They're removing Empower Rune Weapon. So this is going to be weird for Frost. Oh, wait, this will still be available for Frost and Spectre. Okay, that removes my entire issue. So for Unholy, it felt like Empower Rune Weapon was just there. You know what I mean? It was like, I'll read what they say about it in a second, but, like, I feel like Empower Rune Weapon was just like an extra button, an extra keybind on a class that all had the same. I haven't played Blood, but I don't know if it feels the same for there. It's just like, just another thing that existed. Anyways, yeah, it's something you had on a macro, you know, yeah. This will still be available for Frost and Spectre, but both, which means Frost is also losing their second charge of it, but I think that's also probably to combat Breath. This will be available for Frost, where Blood and Unholy were often flooded with resources, and big unnecessary contributor to this was Empower Rune Weapon. To better dial in resources on Blood and Unholy, we feel it's best to keep this for Frost only. I actually completely agree with this. I might change my take on this when I see how everything works together, but I think this decision and the reason why singularly about Empower Rune Weapon is smart. Abomination Limb no longer grants Bone Shield, Runic Corruption, or Rhyme based on specialization. So are they trying to... Let me just read this first. In Shadowlands, it was important for the spec hooks to exist to better balance between the other Covenant ability choices. With its reintroduction in Dragonflight, it's added to the influx of resources and procs that can often come at inopportune times, or add the feeling of being unable to spend down the bonuses it grants. By removing this, it allows the ability to breathe on its own and lean into its strength of AoE control. So I'm just gonna go ahead and not speak about specs that I don't play Blood, so I'm just gonna completely disregard Blood. I don't think this does any damage. It was basically because of the power it gained. My guess here is with them trying to make the class tree more, like, not as heavy into things you need. They're trying to take the offensive power out of A-Bomb's Limb and make it more of a utility node, in which it is one of the best utility nodes in the game. It was just also used for damage. And I do think it's a bad situation right now that you have something so OP for control, but like you constantly have to have DKs hold their damage cooldown to use to grip something rather than just using this when it would obviously have value. Or on a fight where you don't need to grip anything, it's like maybe a small damage increase, but you could choose something else, right? That pertains to a fight where you don't want to mass grip stuff. Max, you need to understand how bad of a change this is for Blood. I said at the beginning I don't play Blood, so this is a 0 opinion for Blood. It sounds like you guys are making it out to be an awful change for Blood. Can I guess why without you guys telling me? It's because it granted you Bone Shield, right? So like going into a pack as a DK, one of the worst feelings ever is that you feel like you have to generate Bone Shield charges, and then you also have to get Thread, and you also have to like have enough runic power to start Death Striking right away. And I'm assuming that getting Bone Shield, using A-Bomb's Limb is like a way to pull mobs at the beginning, which is what you already wanted to do, is also a way to remove the friction between like starting the flow of your defensive survival and also like having to press a bunch of globals to one survive and also get threat on everything. Is that why A-Bomb's Limb felt good for Blood? Yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. Okay, so that's gonna feel like shit. Got it. I guess with Frost too, like Rhyme, getting those Rhyme procs felt insane. And that's not even like I could see it. Clearly they're changing things to make Breath less. But like you don't have to do this to make Breath less sustainable. Just make Breath ramp in how much runic power. Make Breath ramp in how much damage it's doing and how much runic power it's spending. Just like fucking Fel Barrage, right? So like it's naturally going to end at a certain point, but like I don't know, some shit like that. Maybe that's better than this. Because, like, the Rhyme didn't even... Like, it kind of helped, but, like, pressing Rhyme sometimes almost made you drop your breath, you know? Because you weren't spending runes and actually generating a lot of runic power, so... Unholy, this is fine. I actually think A-Bomb's Limb being a cooldown for Unholy was kind of cringe. Like, Unholy is a spec that has, like, Big Burst at 3 minutes, which you may feel some way about, but, like, Unholy is a really valuable raid spec usually because it does pretty good damage every 45 seconds. You know what 45 seconds often doesn't line up with? 2-minute cooldowns. Doesn't it only line up at like the 6-minute mark where your 45 seconds are going off with your 2 minutes? So like lining up a 2-minute cooldown on all of that was definitely just like awkward for it being super strong at least. So like I think this definitely feels good for Unholy. So okay, so probably not as good for Frost. Sounds like it's going to be really bad for Blood. And probably just nice that it's not a cooldown for Unholy, especially because it was part of your, as Blizzard states, your nuclear launch sequence. And there's just too many buttons involved in that. And this would be removed from it. Empower Rune Weapon is now, well, probably just removed from a macro. So just less things going on. Okay, moving on. Rune of the Apocalypse has been updated. I don't even know what that means. Damage taken increased to 4% was 1. What is Rune of the Apocalypse? 1 second. Okay, this is the old talent tree. Rune of the... Oh, it's not even on there. It's a weapon rune that you don't use. All right. Will you use it now? So damage taken increased to 4% was 1. Duration increased to 10 was 6. Damage increased by 500%. It's a rune based on your ghouls. Okay, you won't take it? I'm ignoring it. Cleaving Strikes now also retains bonus effects from being within your Death and Decay for 4 seconds when leaving its area. So they did make a post when they initially released one of the talent trees. And it was like, we want to remove your reliance on having to play in your D&D. And I think a lot of people, including myself, kind of just assumed that that meant that they weren't going to be like, they were going to remove some of that stuff. But it seems like they're opting to keep D&D having that value, but they're just making it less restrictive for being in the area, so you can leave it every now and then and not care. I'm going to have to play with that a little bit. 4 seconds might not be... Like, maybe they're thinking more intricate than me, but I think it's something as simple as this. How about when you press Death and Decay for the next 10 seconds, regardless of ever being in it, When you press Death and Decay, Cleaving Strikes just exists for 10 seconds. Like, you don't ever have to be in your Death and Decay, right? It's just a buff that Death and Decay gives you, right? But maybe that's not as interesting. Like, I just don't... Here's my thing. I just don't think melee... Or a debuff on the mobs that D&D hits, sure. I just don't think... I think the idea of melee or tank characters wanting to stay in a ground effect that they put down is just bad. Just for the same reason earlier we were talking about rogues having a Slice and Dice extend now and how it's kind of ancient to expect to do Slice and Dice the way it used to be. And Savage Roar and Inquisition and stuff like that. It's just ancient. I think it's becoming an ancient thing, like very blatantly obvious to me that anytime you're melee or tank, like Prop Paladins still having to sit in their Consecrate is so bad. DK's needing to sit in their D&D is so bad. This is making it better. I just think that they should completely nix all of that, in my opinion. Icebound Fortitude cooldown reduced by 60 seconds. What is the cooldown on this now? What is IBF now in the expansion? So IBF in the expansion will be 2 minutes now. It's 3 minutes and 2 minutes with a talent. Okay, so they're just removing the talent that made it 1 minute less, and they're just giving you that talent back. Sweet. Veteran of the Third War now grants 20% stamina, was 10. Now a 1 rank talent was 2. Okay, so gaining a talent point. Icy Talents gaining a talent point. Unholy Bond now increases the effectiveness of Runeforge effects by 20%, was 10. Now 1 rank. Okay, gaining a talent point. Assimilation now reduces the cooldown of AMZ by 30 seconds. No longer increase runic power when absorbing damage. That's really good, right? 1.5 minute AMZ? That's fucking crazy. I feel like that's way, way, way better. Yeah, like, it's weird. Like, since they nerfed AMZ, there's two big issues I have with AMZ. Number one, why is AMZ better for blood than it is for DPS? Like, that, I just don't get that. Like, the fact that it scales off your health and the fact that Blood Decay wants verse more than the other specs, like, why is it better for blood? I just don't understand why that's the case. Oh, tank utility? Weird. So, Blood Decays also are the only tank that has Mass Grip, which, by the way, is the only reason you played a Blood Decay on the, on Fyrakk this tier instead of DPS DK, because one of them had Mass Grip and the other ones didn't, right? Like, why do they have a better cooldown? It doesn't make sense. It's bad. And then, so with them capping it, which had to be done, it couldn't be a 2 minute 20%. It had to be a longer cooldown, a way longer cooldown, like, or it had to be a shorter cooldown, but capped. I don't know. This is going to make them way better in dungeons, by the way. Like AMZ basically is just a full value AMZ in dungeons, and now you're going to have it every minute and a half. Like, that is very real dungeon utility. That's really strong. Okay, fuck yeah. We like that. Here we go. Suppression now grants an additional 6% reduction to area of effects when you suffer a loss of control. Move to gate 3. That just seems like a PvP thing, I'm assuming. Blood Scent Leech increased to 5%. What is that? Blood Scent. Increases leech by 3%. Now that's 1 point and it gives you 5. Yeah, I mean, if you were skipping this node, 5% leech is a lot. Do you leech from your pets as Unholy? Does that count? No? Okay. Okay, so they made that 5% cool. Blood Draw? No. Oh, Blood Draw. Can we talk about... This is the old tree. Can we talk about how illegal it was for them to open up your capstone, and then you have these choices. Gain an extra charge of all of these super insane things. Take less damage, which is a required node. This one, Insidious Chill, is also problematic. I hope they address that here. Not strong enough to be a raid buff and not strong enough for you to feel like you have to take it for your raid. It's just kind of there. The only benefit here is that it's a 1-point node instead of 2, so it's easier to get Empower Rune Weapon, but Blood Draw. When you fall below 30% health, you drain attack power amount of health from nearby enemies can only occur once every 3 minutes. This could be 10 times better and it would be dog shit. And it's in the capstone level. Like, how the fuck did this last 2 years? That's embarrassing. Like, actually embarrassing. Anyways, let's see if it's less embarrassing now. Blood Draw now also grants a buff, reducing damage taken by 10% and reducing Death Strike cost by 10 for 8 seconds when falling below 30% health. Oh, so for blood, that's going to be like 10% Death Strike cost reduction is fucking nasty. That's pretty good. It's now 1 rank instead of 2. If it's still on a 3-minute thing, though, it's just ass. Like, if this is 3 minutes, it's trash. Straight up. Just bad. Move to left capstone position. Okay, so it's in a capstone, which means that you don't have to take it. So it's no longer something you have to path through to get something else that doesn't apply to Blood Draw at all. Just horrible pathing decisions. So it being a capstone is fine, especially in a world where I really hope they actually give you choice in this tree. Because that can be something you choose. Like, ideally, you're a DK. You spend 27 points in your tree. You have everything that you absolutely need. And then you have 4 or 5 points to pick things like Blood Draw. Because it may kind of apply to the thing you're doing. That's a good class tree. Hopefully it ends up being like that. Unholy Ground, move to Gate 1. Okay, the moving stuff doesn't really matter until I look at everything in together. Soul Reaper moved. Oh, Soul Reaper moved to Gate 2 is interesting. The following towns have been removed. We talk about that. And then we'll look at Unholy later. All right, let's just look at the class tree. So let's log on. Oh, wait, can I do it? Is this updated? Like, super updated? The War Within one? Like, is this correct? Okay, so let's pretend we are a DK player. You guys can help me if I'm missing anything. And let's go ahead and just do the test. And the test is, let's grab everything that we absolutely need. Okay? And then we'll try to, at the end, we'll see if we can grab stuff that we want. Okay, so we need a kick. Don't necessarily need Death Strike. Death Strike is a very broken ability in Raid in the right situation for progression. But for now, let's just kind of chill. We don't know exactly where that leads us with pathing. Raise Dead. Cleaving Strikes, for sure. Need that. I guess in like a single target boss. Maybe not, but like you probably also need it for pathing. Unholy Ground. Chat, do you gain 5% haste? And do you keep that for 4 seconds after you leave your D&D? Or does it still require you to be in your D&D to retain this haste? You do retain it for 4 seconds after? Or you have to be in it? Oh, someone says you do keep it. Okay, that's the great change. Okay, let's go absolutely need. Your diseases have a chance to make your enemy makes your enemy take 6% increased damage for 5 seconds. I don't know how much damage Brittle does. Is it enough where you guys would say this is required? Okay, cool, got it. Death's Advance grants an additional 25% movement speed. Definitely don't need that. Stamina increased by 20%, 100% required. Runic Attenuation, not super sure. Why do you... Okay, this is what I don't get. Look at other trees. Right? So look at, like, Monk was recently remade, and I'm familiar with Monk. Let's look at Monk for a second. So, like, if you want to take Spear Hand Strike, you can. And, like, if you wanted to specifically take this, where when you get a kick, it reduces the cooldown of your roll, which is, like, super niche, but it's, like, doesn't affect anything else. You never have to take this spell. Why, to get Runic Attenuation without spending 2 other points, why do you have to take this on a fight you may not even be interrupting a lot? Like, that just seems like it's in a bad spot. But so the start still seems kind of tough, to be honest with you. Oh, wait, 1 second. We have some more weird stuff. So, anti-magic barrier reduces the cooldown of anti-magic shell. 100% necessary. Which means you need runic attenuation, even if it's not even necessarily good. But I'm sure it's something you would also need. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab Cold Thirst, just so we don't have to grab Death Strike right away. Let's grab runic attenuation and anti-magic barrier. Those are required. In all reasonable content, AMZ is required. Icy Talons is now used to be a 2-point talon and is now 1. Let's go ahead and just take that. Absorbs, we certainly don't need Gloom Ward. Also just a super turbo lame talent. Chains of Ice, super niche. Chains of Ice roots enemies, super niche. Blinding Sleet. In Mythic Plus, yeah, but whatever. Permafrost. You're skipping IBF? Oh, I thought this was like an IBF improval node. This is literally just IBF. Okay, yeah, of course, necessary. All right, we're feeling pretty locked down. We have to spend 9 more points to get into the capstone level. Let's see how required this stuff is. So Soul Reaper is going to be required. Right here, it's in the upper level. We don't need Death's Advance. Enfeeble. Your ghouls' attacks have a chance to imply Enfeeble, reducing the movement speed and the damage they deal, and reducing the damage they deal to you by 15% for 6 seconds. And Sack Pact. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take... You don't need really Wraithwalk either. Wraithwalk, especially now with New Death's Advance being a 10-second Divine Steed. Like, you're fucking... You said you take Enfeeble? Enfeeble's very good. All right, got it. Increase the effectiveness of your Runeforge. Taking it. Grip of the Dead. Situational. Soul Reaper in the second gate. I think you're just always going to take this, even in an AoE scenario. Unless it's, like, really low-tuned. Increases Lichborne's duration by 2 seconds, and while active, damage taken. Yep, turns Lichborne into a defensive all the time. Must have. Now we have to spend 5 points to unlock the capstone. This is looking pretty optional at this point. I think. Right? I mean, you absolutely do not need Assimilation. You do not need Wraithwalk. You do not need Grip of the Dead. You do not need Gloom Ward. Am I missing? I must be missing something. What am I missing? What is it? Permafrost plus Gloom Ward? Yeah, but that's, I mean... I guess I would need to see. Do you guys take Permafrost right now? Let me just open up a random log. Gloom Ward is insanely powerful. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm totally... Alright. So, take... Well, I just think it's kind of a stretch to say that... I need to see a log. I'm probably just, like, totally underrating that spell. Especially on a class that is already so insanely alive. What are... Bro, Warcraft logs. Did I spell it wrong? Okay. Here we go. Just, what is the most recent week? Amirdrasil rankings. Just give me, like, a DPS DK somewhere. Here we go. This guy. And give me your... would it be... Healing, I guess? Is that Permafrost? Okay, so Permafrost, 1 mil total absorbed over a 2.5 minute kill. Pretty good. Think that's good enough on its... I mean, I don't know. You could definitely drop that. Maybe you could drop that, but you probably wouldn't drop Gloom Ward because it's also just making your anti-magic shell better. And like that is going to be required on some stuff. And it's better for Frost. Okay, let's just take those. All right, so now we have 3 more points to spend. I'm assuming we're going to... Let's see. Damage taken from AoE effects reduced by 3%. Do we need this for pathing? That's like basically 3% avoidance. There are certain fights where like this would feel really good, but I would... Yeah, but we do. Do you know what's weird? We haven't even taken Death Strike yet. And like the idea of raiding as a DK without Death Strike is pretty insane to think about too. And then also 5% leech. Oh yeah. Okay, I see where we're at. We are strapped at the moment. Maybe you don't take improved Death Strike. Okay, so maybe we take that, Assimilation, and then Leech. Because I don't think we need this for pathing for Insidious Chill. And, Insidious Chill is technically a raid buff. Yeah. You think improved Death Strike is better than the AoE one? Yeah, but, like, you have to take... Or the Interrupt one? You have to take the Interrupt one to get IBF. What the fuck is that? Yeah, this is still pretty stinky. Like, hopefully the capstone level's better. Let's see. So let's go through required things. Death's Echo, for sure. Anti-Magic Cell. Oh, God! You have to take 2 points in healing received by AMS to select unbelievably broken choice node? Fuck that. Okay, first of all, hey, haven't we learned that new trees having 2-point nodes is just objectively ass? Like, yeah, you remove some of them. Maybe they stated they're not done. Did they say they're not done? They said they weren't done on the Warlock thing, and that's actually, like, pretty important. Death Knight updates. Going down. More to come. Wait. Well, the list isn't... greetings. This week's Alpha Build is our first round of changes. Okay, this is not the complete changes. These are the first round of changes to both the core class tree and the Unholy Spec tree. As stated in our initial messaging, our goals for the core tree updates were to shift some of the damage throughput at the end of the tree to earlier in the tree. And for Unholy, our goal was to address some flood of resources, reduce the thing. Okay, cool. So, first round of change is very important. So, it's important if you guys care about DK to take in these changes, acknowledge, don't just, like, start whining about shit. Acknowledge the good changes and tell them where they still need to have work. And I'm going to do that right now. So, like, they just made Windwalker a thing. I want you guys to count how many 2-point nodes you guys see on the class and spec tree real quick. I'll give you, like, 10 seconds. Class and spec combined. How many 2-point nodes do you see? No, there's more than 0. There's 2 of them. And if we're being weird about it, they're both, like, required nodes, which is kind of weird, but... Yeah, I mean, look at this shit. Like, not only they're 2-pointers, but they're 2-pointers that don't even, like, they don't even... Like, okay, here's my hope is that Blizzard thinks you don't need these capstones. So, like, I don't think it's a coincidence that anti-magic shell increases healing received by 15% fucking stinks. When you pull an enemy, the damage they deal to you is reduced by 4% for 6 seconds. Fucking stinks. And the chance to be critically struck is reduced by 3 and your armor is increased by 3. This fucking stinks too. Right? All these fucking stink. So, because of that, they're almost used as they're intentionally stinky. I'm not saying this is good. I'm just thinking this is a design goal. These are intentionally stinky, so they're just investment points into the capstones, and their entire goal with the tree is to not have things feel required. Like, you don't need this. But the thing is, sometimes A-Bomb's limb is required. Then it feels like the difference between before and now, even like looking at this previously, you were spending nodes on things to get A-Bomb's limb, but they were good. Like, Rune Mastery is good. So you were spending 3 points for A-Bomb's limb, but all 3 of those points were nice. You're spending 3 points for Soul Reaper, and 2 of them were fucking crazy strong. Now it's like, A-Bomb's limb isn't as strong, but, like, there's a lot of scenarios where you still, like, definitely need A-Bomb's limb, and now you're just getting absolute trash. Like, this is useless. Like, if you were a Blood DK and you mass grip a pack, okay, you get, like, a little DR. You get an 8% DR after you mass grip. That actually functionally works for Blood. Usually when you're using globals for Blood, that's, like, a little scary time for you. So, like, having a little DR is okay. But, like, hey, even then, it's still weak for Blood. And totally irrelevant for DPS. Like, if you want to use it for a defensive tactic against a mob, pretty much every mob in a raid and a dungeon that is actively trying to kill you cannot be gripped. Because if it can, you're stopping the thing that it would be doing to kill you by gripping it. So, it's just a tank thing. So, super, super stinky. We've seen this in other trees where they've had 2-point nodes exclusively exist to, like, be a gatekeeper to just having too many capstones, but it's like the capstones aren't even strong. So, like look at this capstone level. It's like 2 points, 2 points, 2 points, big investment. How many cool things are you getting in your capstone level, right? Like, compare this to this. Like, you want to see, guys, this is in the capstone level, and these are entirely new things they added. Ready? 4 brew is reduced by 30 seconds. and it's now a 2-minute base. It's like a minute and a half cooldown, right? Now you also have a 30%. Your Fort Brew is 50% stronger instead. You get when you roll, you will just lunge to an enemy within 10 yards after your roll. Roll makes you lighter than air. You can double jump and you'll just dash in a direction, right? Flow of chi. There's a bunch of different effects at whatever health percentages you're at, including just passive DR. The ability for transcendence to port you to another player. Do you guys notice a thing that's... Everything that I just said is not something you need. These are all just cool things that are kind of nice to have, and you actually have points to spend on them if you want to. Now, notice how many things are in the capstone level. 1, 2, 3, 4, choice node, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. There are 20 potential talents you can spend in the capstone level. Bro, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's half? So the just default amount of choices you have are really basic. And half of them totally fucking suck. You know? Like... Yeah, picking the things you think that are required and then picking other stuff is nice, only when the things you can pick are actually cool. That's something they did with Windwalker recently, where like a lot of stuff you pick is actually cool. This fucking sucks. And maybe it's getting to where it needs to be, and maybe it's better than it was before, but it's like they're mixing two different ideas. They're mixing the idea of like, okay, we don't want you to have to heavily invest in your capstone level to get damage. That's great. Really good class trees have that for sure. But they're mixing that with like the same old gatekeeping design they have. I'm just going to assume, and I'm going to give Blizzard some credit here, giving them some leeway. I'm going to assume the next time we see this tree reworked, which they said they are not done, specifically first round of changes, they need feedback. Here's my feedback. There needs to be way more nodes in this class tree at the bottom. A lot of the pathing earlier needs to be looked at. The only possible way you can get a stronger absorb is to get runic attenuation. Strange. The only possible way you can get IBF is to not only select your kick on maybe a fight where you don't even have kick. Why do you think other classes have kick lower down in their tree? Because there are multiple raid fights where you never kick anything. You know it would be great when you don't kick something? To be able to just not select it. Good trees have that option. This tree doesn't. And even in the scenario where you kind of need it or a little bit don't, you have to choose that to get IBF. Why not put IBF at the top? Right? It's still the theme, right? The theme is frost. It is blood. It is unholy. Just like the druid tree. They like that theme. They like everything to be central. Just change it, right? Why is kick here? And then, yeah, just a lot of the stuff here. Some of this other stuff is better. I like the assimilation node. It felt like there was kind of a little bit of option here if it wasn't for going back and getting Death Strike, where we could have kind of gotten a few things. There's some stuff here that's still good that we're missing, but... I mean, going down here, I mean, blood draw is super stinky. The one thing is even though there's a lot of 2-point nodes, you can still get everything here, right? Let's finish the exercise, actually. Still have 10 points to spend. Will and Acropolis, money back. Need that every time. A-Bomb's Limb, need it in almost all content. Let's spend 3 points for that one talent. Vestigial Cell and Null Magic, you're going to need one of these at all times. They're both really strong. And now we have 2 points remaining. At least this stuff fucking sucks. So you're basically choosing between... This is awful. Like, this is bad. It's just bad. Like, I'm like kind of dancing around and trying to think. This is bad. This is... They got some things right, and they ended up in the same spot that they were before. In my opinion, this is my feedback, and there are not just the monk tree, but... the best class trees, not spec trees. Spec trees are way more throughput focused. I get it. Class trees, the best class trees, all spend 27 points, and they have all their shit. And then they have a bunch of cool stuff that they can choose, less 2-point nodes, so they can actually path through them. And that way your interaction with your class tree is never a stressful experience. It is like only a what cool thing can I add here? And there are classes that achieve that, and it's really fucking nice. This had that problem before. They gave you... You know what I'm impressed by? I actually have no idea. I read these notes. They baked in like 4 talents in the class tree. They baked them like 2-point talents, and they baked them into one. Icy Talents was a 2-point, and now it's a 1-pointer. Unholy Bond was a 2-pointer, now it's a 1-pointer. For the same value of the old 2-pointer, by the way. just basically giving you talent points for free, how on earth did we end up in the same position as we were before? They baked in, like, they gave you 4 or 5 talent points and moved the damage before the capstone level. How are we still in this position? You know? That's what the fuck's going on here. And maybe these are intentionally stinky, these 2-pointers at the bottom, but, like, having each one of these nodes at the bottom cost 3 is a choice, and that kind of makes sense, but I don't know. It to me, there's no good tree that I play with where I'm like, I have to spend 3 points and 2 of them are meaningless to get one thing, and that's somehow good. They should at least somehow correlate. Okay, that's I think I'm done looking at this, but yeah, you know it's even funny too, like we're even giving them a lot of credit. I'm even saying things like Death Pact and Wraithwalk aren't even required. And they're not, but there's other classes in the game that would say getting something like Death Pact is 100% required. And DKs are like strong enough that they don't take it and it's just fine. But like, imagine like Moonkins having something that would give you an instant 50% heal no matter what the downside is. And then they're just like, nah, you just don't really need it. Like, some classes would fucking kill for this button. It's not a great, like, it's not a good button, but like, there are some classes that need defensiveness so bad that this would sneak into the required category. I don't know. Huge disappointment for me there. Anyways, that's only the class tree. Let's look at the Unholy tree. So one thing they stated for Unholy is, let's just read what they want for Unholy here. So this is what they stated before they released the stuff today. As for Unholy, we have some plans to reduce the opener complexity. Very good. It's not nearly as intuitive as it could and should be. Unholy also suffers from the amount of things it needs to track to really function optimally. Facts. And is less than ideal in looking to the great amount of plates that needs to be spent. Gargoyle is one area we'd like to explore, offering a new playstyle. While we don't plan on removing it, we do want to create a choice node with it that offers a less bursty option and leans a bit more into sustained damage alternative. Totally necessary, because Unholy DKs, when they're tuned for it and they're not just 3-minute burst one-trick Andes, they actually have some of the best damage profiles in the entire game at doing realistic good damage every 45 seconds. They should have talents that lean into that, because it's like super fucking good for dungeons and raids if you get it right. We'd also like to revisit Sudden Doom and Diseases to offer a bit more gameplay experience than the two currently do for Unholy. 100% necessary. My biggest gripe with Unholy is when you get too many Sudden Doom procs, you are forced to try to spend them rapidly so you don't overcap on runic power or runes or wounds. And like, if you just get too many, you feel like shit. Like some random napkin math fixes I've done in the past where like just in your cooldowns, Sudden Doom just doesn't actually make the death coil free. It just spends it and it does double damage. That way you can actually chew through your runic power. You have big hard-hitting death coils, but you don't feel swamped in resources, where like if you did that outside of your cooldowns, it would feel bad. Anyways, we'll see what they did with that. Reading the old post. Oh, I'm familiar. I know. Yeah, I'm saying this is, I'm reading what they said they wanted to do to line up with what they said they did. Lastly, while we don't have plans to remove festering wounds, we do want to find ways to make the friction with playing with them less. Vile Contagion was an ability never quite got its time. We plan to reduce the cooldown to 45 seconds. We plan to update Fester Might to function similarly to Iron Fur. So these are awesome changes. We've talked about this in the past, though. This was 100% needed to happen. Anyways, so let's see what they did with Unholy today. The Unholy talent update focuses on reducing the number of talents you had to pick to make the rotation function in a reasonable, coherent way. This includes Epidemic. What does that sound? What are you chewing on, buddy? Oh, he has one of my old... Dude, Reptar does not like that extra flex arm I got for the for my camera. He fucking hates this thing. He ruined it. This includes Epidemic and Outbreak baseline and addressing the number of ability cooldown reduction talents. Ooh, I like that. Unholy suffered from having to choose multiple talents that reduced their cooldowns to align in a way that made sense from a gameplay standpoint. This made the spec This made playing the spec any other way unreasonably convoluted, especially if you were new to the spec and trying to learn to play the spec. We have removed any talent that had any sort of cooldown reduction to abilities and baked them baseline into the spec. Oh. Which includes Army of the Dead, which is now a 3-point talent. That's got to be like 4 or 5 talent points, right? That's a lot. So just already, if you even take anyone's talent tree right now, and you made 0 changes to it, and you just said you get 5 more talents to spend, you'd be like fucking jumping up and down. It'd be insane. Secondly, we wanted to address Sudden Doom, which has been feeling lackluster. Most notably, we've updated its proc functionality to be more consistent instead of using our RPPM system, which is usually found on trinkets and other item procs. It now has a base 25% chance to proc with bad luck protection built in. The hope here is that it feels more fluid and normally occurring proc that fits well into your rotation instead of one that feels like you can go long periods of time without it. Well, I feel like there's dueling problems. The feeling outside of your cooldowns of not getting Sudden Doom procs is like you're in a desert and in need of an oasis. But the feeling of getting too many of them in your cooldowns was like awful too. So like, at least for me, it's just a pet peeve. I hate resource capping. So I guess this could address both of those things. We are still noodling on the base percentage. Oh, love noodling, by the way. Love that. Noodling on the base percentage chance and values are subject to change, but we found this to be a good starting point. Well, we've also updated its functionality to cause your next Death Coil or Epidemic to crit to add a little extra punch to the proc. We've also updated its functionality to cause your next Death Coil or Epidemic to crit. I kind of like that. That makes the proc feel better too. That's kind of what I was suggesting before with the damage increase. Do you play crit as DK? Usually not, right? Unholy DK is very famously a haste mastery class. So the fact that you don't play crit makes the crit proc feel good, where if you stacked crit, it would feel like you were losing value of it. Alongside some talents that interacted with this, we hope it feels more impactful. Can't wait to play this. We've also cut several talents that felt somewhat lackluster or did very little, most notably Festering Strikes and Replenishing Wounds. We hope that with the reduced amount of must-pick cooldown talents, never picked useless talents, and new talent choices that are more appealing choices to be made within the tree that allow you to customize the way that fits your needs. Lastly, there are a couple talent nodes that have temporary, not yet implemented talents. Of course, you'll be updating those. All right, so everything they just said here made a whole lot of fucking sense and sounds really good. Let's see how that actually worked out. I'm not super familiar with Unholy's current talent build right now. So I just kind of want to see where this ends up. And I kind of just want to like play with this build a little bit. So is this the new? This is new, right? Unholy DK, World Within. Just check the changes. Oh yeah, I have to check the changes first. You right. I saw Ray's A-bomb on there though. Oh, I don't even know why I clicked this. I already saw it. Here we go. DK, Unholy. Got it. New talent, Doomed Bidding. Consuming Sudden Doom calls upon a Magus to assist you for 8 seconds. Now a choice node to summon Gargoyle. We like that. So that's the consistent damage option they were talking about. Like that a lot. Ghoulish Frenzy is now available in the second gate, replacing Unholy Command. Raise A-Bomb. Summons an A-Bomb, and this is right after... it's right after Army. So I'm interested to see what this does. Besides, like, the old PvP version, right? It summons an A-Bomb to attack nearby enemies, applying Festering Wound to its melee attacks and infecting all nearby enemies with Virulent Plague. It's a 90-second cooldown, replaces Army of the Dead. So you could play the choice node of Summon Garg to do damage all the time, and then you can play A-Bomb to not have Army, and now you have 45-second... Well, this is all the time, but... You'll have like minute and a half cooldown windows, basically. It's kind of like more AoE centric too, but like I find it hard to believe that you're really going to want an AoE centric army unless it does a lot of fucking damage, because applying Festering Wound shouldn't matter as much with them stating that they wanted to make Vile Contagion 45-second cooldown. You know what I mean? Like, you're not like fiending for a bunch of wounds. Like, you're probably chilling with that anyway, so it has to be doing like hella damn. Way better for Rider of the Apocalypse though. We were saying how Rider of the Apocalypse should be much better for Frost than Unholy because Breath is, or like the Frostworm's Fury is up more often than Army, but that's not true with this, potentially. But I find it really hard to believe that that's going to do good damage on bosses. New talent. Your diseases deal 10% more damage and have 5% more chance to crit. New talent, Magus. Your Magus Shadow Bolt now fires a Shadow Bolt volley at up to 4 nearby enemies. Oh, so they added the... This is the tier set, right? Blizzard, I love what I'm seeing. Anytime you make a really cool tier that people like, bake it into the game. Keep fucking doing it. Love to see that. Great job. We will give Blizzard their flowers when they deserve it, while also being extremely fucking critical when they do stuff like they did to the class tree. All right. Epidemic is now baseline. Outbreak is now baseline. Okay, plus 2 talent points. Sudden Doom is now learned to gate 1 directly after Scourge Strike and cause your next Death Coil or Epidemic to crit. It's no longer... We already talked about that. Army of the Dead reduced to 3 was 8, but no longer has the reduction thing. APOC reduced to 45 was 90. Dark Transformation reduced to 45 was 60. Plus 5 talent points now just from these. Vile Contagion reduced to 45. Festermite now works like Iron Fur. Ruptured Viscera no longer a choice node with Magus. Ebon Fever no longer a choice node with Bursting Sores and available directly after Bursting Sores. Oh shit, you can have both. That's huge, because Ebon Fever was always the, like, do damage all the time talent, and Bursting Sores was the, like, big AoE pop. Like, the most fun I've ever had with Unholy was a Bursting Sores build, where you just, like, were popping the fuck off. So, love that. Updated to... Oh, here we go. Ebon Fever is now also updated to affect Frost Fever and Blood Plague if Super Strain is talented. So that's going to make Super Strain way better. And Unholy Blight moved to Gate 1, and the following talents have been removed. All right, let's build. Let's build this shit, and then let's play it. Okay, Festering Strike, Scourge, Raise Dead, Dark Transform, Sudden Doom. All right, we got all the stuff we need so far. We're going to be doing dungeons, right? So let's go for, like, a dungeon-centric build here. Let's not take Fester if we can help it. Although then we would have to take Runic Mastery. How many more points do we need to spend? 2? Do we need to path and get Reaping? I don't believe so. Are we going to be able to spend everything we want to here? I think so. Let's grab this, so just so we can get APOC. APOC's fun. Unholy Blight. Fester is also wound damage. Oh, if you're taking Bursting Sores, you might want to take that. Okay, so maybe we just take this. Well, the thing is, then we're not going to path this way, but for now, let's just fuck with it. Okay, your guy has a 30% chance to cause Festering Wound. We'll hold for a second. Unholy Blight. Bursting Sores. Love Bursting Sores. Vile Contagion's 45 seconds now. Say less. Ebon Fever, pretty solid. Let's look at some other stuff. Magus of the Dead, no question. Sudden Doom. Wait, where's the thing that makes your guy spawn a Magus? Need Plaguebringer? Where the fuck's that? This thing? Oh, yeah, the Scourge Strike proc. Remember when that used to be 5 seconds, by the way? Holy moly, was that dog shit. Okay, so if you're going to do that, then you definitely need this. So how do you path? I guess you take Unholy Pact. Okay, the top thing feels super bloated. Magus is below APOC. Yeah, but, like... There was something they said here that... Oh, it's the choice no... It's... Okay, it's the no summon gargoyle thing. But it also AoEs, so that's super hype. So that's like Garg. Alright, maybe we don't play wounds. Is Vile Contagion on a 45-second cooldown just gonna... It sounds so good, but is it like a lot, you know? Rupture Viscera, when your ghouls expire, they explode. Your Magus that did Shadow Bolt now fire... Oh yeah, AoE Shadow Bolt for sure. Especially if we're going to be playing this talent. And then we actually have to take Rotten Touch, a completely unimplemented talent. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Maybe we don't take Vile Contagion for now. It looks like we're getting a little strapped for points here. I mean, we have to spend 6 more to go into the next thing, but like, I'll tell you right now what feels bad. These 2-point nodes right here in the beginning of the tree still feel real stinky. You have to take Defile? That didn't used to be true. But I'll take it. Fuck it. And then we'll skip Plaguebringer, which means we need an Unholy Pact, which is also not even bad. Okay. And then now I want to play the new Consuming a Sudden Doom calls upon a Magus. That sounds fucking awesome. Need Infected Claws, true. Dude, the question is, okay, so this is kind of the thing we were talking about before. I could play, if I want to play an AoE build, I could play A-Bomb, not play Vile Contagion. Because I was saying that A-Bomb might be in, with Infected Claws and A-Bomb, it might just be too many wounds. So Vile Contagion wouldn't even feel like it got value. So maybe we just don't take Violent Contagion and just see if we can make enough with AoE A-Bomb. The point under Reaping makes Sudden Doom proc more. True, which is going to be good for our build later. But maybe we'll hold on that. We still have some points. We have 2 more points to spend. What do we absolutely need, boys? I think we're getting close to the not need territory. Ooh, I like Eternal Agony just for fun angle. Ghoulish Frenzy. Where's that? I remember the name of that. Oh, Ghoulish Frenzy is really good. Ooh, 2 points for 10% damage. Oh, it's you and your monstrosity. Yeah, let's grab that. All right, cool. Well, okay, we have no way to path to what we want now, but let's see what fun we can get anyway. Death Rot. Unholy Assault's going to feel real good if we're rotating on minute and a half, or on 45 seconds. Festermite now with Iron Fur. Gotta play that. Let's hold on Unholy Assault for a second. But it's good. I don't know. This is not yet implemented, so that's excellent. That's going to make this real easy to get to Super Strain. Dude, I want everything. Isn't that just the problem, right? So let's take Army and AoE A-Bomb, because we want that. Dark Transform also empowers your Garg and Army the Dead for 30 seconds. Nah. You think you need Unholy Assault? Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck are these buttons, chat? Oh, that thing. Yeah. I always forget the name of it. So, Super Strain sounds like it'd be really good now. All right, so we have 3 points to spend. Morbidity, if I'm playing Super Strain, is required. Someone's at my door. 1 second. YouTube, we don't even need to talk about it, right? Fucking amateurs. It's like Morbidity is like low-key needed, right? Isn't this just 3% damage per point? What is it? Reaping, Harbinger, Eternal Agony, Vile Contagion are probably what you're choosing between. I feel like you need Morbidity. What really feels bad is I want this Doomed Bidding thing. but I would need to take a bunch of things I don't think I want. Get rid of Ghoulish Frenzy? Yeah, maybe. Get rid of Ghoulish Frenzy and grab, like... You think the location of Ebon Fever is causing problems? Well, I mean, you have Bursting Sores. You can get rid of Inflected Claws, too. I don't know about that. I mean, if you wanted to go full disease build, right? Like, you could do something like that. That doesn't seem right, though. Do we really need Defile? How much better is Defile than D&D? Way gives more mastery. They must have buffed this since the last time I played it. Oh, yeah. It grows in size and also increasing your mastery. Okay, yeah. Max, try to get Unholy Assault and single target pathing. It feels awful. Oh, true. Look at this. You would have to go through the Defile tree, the Unholy Blight, Bursting Sores. You'd have to get Bursting Sores on single target or Ruptured Viscera to get to Unholy Assault and Festermite in single target. It's like really, yeah. Yeah, pathing seems weird for sure. You'd probably go through Viscera, yeah, but I mean, that doesn't feel good, right? Put it back in the oven. These are just the first round of changes. Some of this stuff isn't even implemented yet. Maybe some of this stuff that is here is like fucking sick, you know? Does feel like there's a lot going on, though. But it's not like the class tree where it's like, you know, you should feel like you get everything and then have choice. I mean, spec trees can't really be that way. Yeah, definitely some hard decisions here for sure. Reaping and then Harbinger. Sudden Doom triggering more often while taking Doomed Bidding seems like 100% needed. That much is for sure, which means you need Reaping in that, which also means you need a point after, which is like, dude, like, hopefully this thing right here. Okay, I definitely want to try the, like, Doomed Bidding build, but to do that, I'm going to have to make some sacrifices here. I don't know what okay, I guess I could, no, I mean, that's so good, right? Reaping and Harbinger. Why do I need to get execute damage on single target spells? Basically, to get Harbinger of Doom. I mean, I guess maybe getting Harbinger of Doom in AoE feels so ass. Yeah, but we're trying to have our Magus as AoE for us, though. Maybe I can skip Army? Is that cooked? Don't go Army, get Doomed Bidding, and then go down from Morbidity to Super Strain. Oh, you don't spawn Riders with Army. True. Or without Army. And then we would just need to find... Dude, the point I want to remove here is, like... I want to remove this Coil of Devastation. That's fucking ass. But I have to do that to get here. Dude, I really think it's Defile, man. I don't know. Defile lets me cook more. It's like Defile is just a sacrifice of the... It's a sacrifice of where we're at in the tree. And then if I wanted to completely go away from wounds, I guess I could just grab, like, remove Bursting Sores. But then it's so weird. Like, you need that to get Ebon Fever, though, which, like, makes the whole disease thing make sense. Pet wounds? I think pet wounds would be bad. I think you need pet wounds for sure. That's going to make your Festermite huge. The alternative is maybe you could remove pet wounds and you could just play Vile Contagion. instead, and then you could just play raise A-bomb, and that way you're just moving. But you're just moving the point around, right? 2 points in morbidity is not necessary. I'm really confused. Isn't this 4% just damage per point? Well, I guess it's 3% without Unholy Blight. Do you guys think Defile over D&D is a 3% DPS increase overall? It's an 8% buff? Okay, shit. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, Coil is also a disease. Oh, is that true with the with Coil of Devastation? Does that count as a disease? That'd only be on one target, but yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Army and A-Bomb should be a choice node. The fact that you have to take Army to then select it to be A-Bomb feels like shit. Also, if A-Bomb's not even good here, it does feel a little bit better. So you guys are saying just put 1 point in morbidity instead of 2? I don't understand why you're saying that. Aren't both points equally as valuable as each other? Why are you so set on it just being 1? Oh, just because you thought Defile is better. I mean, yeah. So basically at that point, you're just saying morbidity is just a place for you to put your extra point. It's not somewhere where, yeah, I was thinking you guys thought it was like some kind of like you get most of the value from the first point, but that's just like, anyways, here we go. So what we could do, question, is Vile Contagion with Bursting Sores going to be more than basically a 3% DPS increase overall on a key? It probably is. Like you're putting full wounds on the entire group, right? Like that's gotta be a lot of damn. Probably too long of a setup. Maybe in the dungeons that are currently on live, yeah. How do you do single target in this build? Just like normal. I mean, you have like I mean, the only single target stuff you're missing is like, you would take the point out of A-Bomb, just play Army, you would play Garg, maybe even not. I'm not sure how close Doom Bidding would be to Garg. And then maybe if you were going for Burst, you would want like the little Burst line here, but I don't know. I mean, spawning an extra minion, you're missing like a few talent points, but like you're still able to do single target. I would say as long to do single target, this is why Doomed Bidding is so nice, because Doomed Bidding doesn't need this shit. Like, Doomed Bidding doesn't need Unholy Aura and Commander of the Dead. Like, when you're committing to single target on live currently, you're like hard committing this whole line, which takes away all of your cleave options. And that just feels bad. Unholy's like super feast or famine, big AoE, or just single target. And they made it a little bit better when you did that like hybrid disease build, but you're still missing a lot of really high value talent points. This feels like it would probably do just fine single target, this build. You're missing like maybe 2 or 3 points you'd like to put somewhere else. Why would you play Super Strain without morbidity? Well, they did make Ebon Fever work with the other 2 diseases, so it's possible that you would do that just for damage. But you're right that morbidity and Super Strain do seem like they kind of go together. You would just have to see a log of how much damage it would add. Wait, 1 second. Max, I think the blue post was just typoed. The node that A-Bomb replaced was Army of the Damned. The tooltip on A-Bomb doesn't say it replaces. Oh, so you're going to have Army and raise A-Bomb. This is entirely extra. You're right. I was assuming this was replacing Army of the Dead the entire time. It's a separate button. Oh, that changes a lot. That's also really strange. Someone says it replaces Army on Alpha. Then yeah, isn't it just... Okay, if it does replace... Someone says it does replace on Alpha. Isn't it weird that it's not a choice node then? Really strange that you have to select 2 points. That means that Raise A-Bomb would have to be twice as good as Army. Because you're spending twice the amount of points on it. Which is really unlikely, actually. So I think we're just... Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. The question is, if we're not even taking Morbidity and Super Strain, do we even need Ebb and Fever? Do we even need Plaguebringer? Are we just Wound Lords? I feel like that would make you way too one-dimensional, though. That's where you lose, like, all your single target. One question. Does Raise A-Bomb put out its own Virulent Plague in, like, Super Strain, if that makes sense? I don't think so. Wouldn't it? It's possible that it would have its... Because it would double the value of Morbidity, like. Right? Let me log in. It just updates your own. Okay, someone already tried it, apparently. Okay. Dude, I still feel like I'm just like 1 or 2 points away from really getting all the stuff I feel like for big AoE. Let's do a single target one real quick. That's got to be a lot easier, right? So that. You would want all will serve and like all this shit, right? I think. I mean, single target doesn't even seem that much different, right? So you'd take that. Spend 2 more points. You could go in either direction here. But you'd want Reaping probably and this Harbinger shit. So maybe you would have to take that. Well, you need a way to path to APOC. All will serve as ass. Okay, got it. Why does it still let me path here? Oh, yeah. Why doesn't Runic Mastery go to Reaping? I feel like having to take on Holy Pact even in single target kind of seems weird. I don't know. Anyways, we spent 1 extra point at the top. That feels like shit, but all good. I'm making up a single target build. You guys tell me how dog shit it is. I'm fucking making it up. Ooh, Eternal Agony sounds so fun, though. We're doing it. We're extending. Extendo, extendo, extendo. Huge Scourge Strike damage. Ghoulish Frenzy sounds fun. Ooh, this is weird. See, this is weird. I think you're just not going to take Ebon Fever. And I think you're going to have to take Ruptured Viscera to get to Unholy Assault stuff. Let's take a second there. Oh, we don't need AoE Magus. Good point. Okay, we have Army. Definitely not taking A-Bomb. So maybe Morbidity Super Strain, but without Ebon Fever, that feels like shit. We don't even have Unholy Blight right now, which is wrong. And then I guess you want Giga Burst, but then you're just done. Defile and single target's a trap? Oh, great. Okay, we can fix that then. No Blight? Oh, interesting. The last time I played Unholy, you played Blight and single target. It's been a minute. Okay. Oh, this is super weird. So you're just... This is really weird, man. Because you want Ebon Fever real bad. Because I think what you want to do at the bottom is you want to get... yeah. Doomed Bidding is still likely better or equal to Garg in single target. And then you don't need the Unholy Aura stuff, yeah. I just need to pick something else here. This... weird. If Ebon Fever was here, that would feel great. Oh, yuck, dude. What would you guys take here? You have 1 point to spend at the top. Maybe this not in a minute thing. Like, Coil of Devastation doesn't feel great. Maybe just improved Death Coil. Just to, like, get a little cleave. And a little bit extra damage, maybe. Just like a 1. Then probably not in a minute. I don't know. Then what? Army. Death Rot, just go ahead and grab Festermite and Unholy Assault, and then what? Grab Doomed Bidding, and then what? We have 4 points. I mean, 2 not yet implemented, maybe. I think the whole, like, your enemies take 8 within 8 yards take damage from your minions. Maybe. Are we getting PI'd or not? Because then you could go down and take all this shit. Right, and then just spend this extra point wherever. A-bomb for the horseman on single? Instead of summoning a legion of ghouls, you're going to summon an A-bomb that just puts wounds in... I mean, that sounds ass. There's no fucking way. 4 horsemen every 90 seconds? Yeah, that's the only benefit, but, like, that sounds so ass, though. You can summon both? No, you can't. It replaces. Then you're going to gain a talent point when they inevitably make this a choice node. So that's cool. And then, like, the alternative to this build is something like no Garg. And then if you don't take Garg, I don't think you take the talents that, like, Giga buff it. And then somehow you find a way to get morbidity, super strain, and then hopefully there's just this last point you spend, just somehow it's an Ebon Fever, you know? But, like, it would just be Ebon Fever and Ruptured spread out, or even Ebon Fever, like, somewhere, just anywhere. Like, if I could spend this point in Ebon Fever right now, it'd be great. But I can't. That's, like, the alternative, is you would do something like that. Yeah, Ebon Fever location robot. Okay, dude, I was gonna, like, play this on alpha. Dude, this doesn't even, like... I still feel like I feel, like, uncomfortable with these trees. Like, I don't have the stuff I want to do. But I do want to play with AoE Magus, though. I will set up a DK today, probably. Why are you taking Plaguebringer? Take Clawing Shadows. I feel like Plaguebringer... Isn't it better? Is Clawing Shadows better in single? I guess maybe not with, like, Ebon Fever and stuff. In single, you probably play Clawing. Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's good. I'm glad. The last time I played, I think you played Plaguebringer anyway, even in single. When did I last play Unholy? Did I play at this expansion? Vault? Maybe not. Dude, has it been... When was the last time I played? Oh, I played a lot of Unholy on the... Dude, I played a lot of Unholy on the PTR of this expansion. I played Unholy as, like, my main spec in every PTR. And then I never actually played it on live. So, like, the first time I interacted with any of these dungeons, I was playing Unholy. And then I never actually ended up playing it because the resource problem bugs me. Probably good to take Death Coil Dot, I guess, yeah. Yeah, weird. Okay, still, so not a huge dub, but step in the right direction, question mark? Is the class tree a step in the right direction? It's really hard to tell. Because they took one giant leap in like, reducing 2-point nodes and stuff, and moving the important stuff earlier, and that's good, but then they kind of canceled that by adding more bad stuff and gating, and like they took like one big step forward and one big step back, and then they like moved forward a few inches kind of. And the Unholy Tree, I think, is definitely a dub. They just have to fix some stuff, and they did say it's the first round of changes. I would say the Unholy Tree is way better than the class tree, because, like, first of all, there's stuff's not even implemented yet. Like, there could be some really cool stuff in these couple nodes. They just make this a quick little choice node. The Magus, the all-the-time... the choice node with Garg is perfect. Like, this is exactly what you would want with that. Magus owns, and it's a great AoE option, too. So it makes Garg an actual AoE node. Like, not only is it, do you want damage all the time, or do you want big burst? It's also The option where you have damage all the time is not just a single target thing. Like, it's going to be great for AoE too. For Blood, I would argue that the class tree is absolutely a step back. Is that mainly because A-Bomb's Limb was actually a really important thing for you to get your setup quicker in pulls? And yeah, from what I can tell, is the A-Bombs change for Blood is like really bad. Like they definitely want that back. There's a blue post saying Trickster will be reworked from Feint. Oh shit, that's really important because that one's real bad. 1 second. Gating great points behind shit ones gotta be bad. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I just think, I don't know, there's still a lot of 2-point nodes going on here. I think if you made every single one of these 2-point nodes a 1-point node, or most of them, and then added like cool other options, like, I don't know, every other good class tree. Like I said, the monk tree has double the amount of capstone choices as DK. And you spend the same amount of points as DK, you just spend them giving you 2 points instead of 1. Can you talk a little more about Stormbringer? I kind of want to just play Stormbringer. The only question is, I've been able to play like every class so far. Oh, they made another change, by the way. If you put a character in your warband, apparently you can just click on the character from the warband and then just log right in. Okay, just kidding. You can't do that. They said you could do that. Enhanced might be one of the classes that I feel like I would actually struggle playing well without like a UI setup, where every other class I've played has been perfectly fine. Like, not having a resource bar for your Maelstrom weapon stack sounds not fun. Just play the DRE build and spam Stormstrike. Yeah, we could do that. We could go and do a Dungy real quick and play a little Storm build. Just use the personal resource bar for now. Let's see what it looks like. What does the personal resource bar look like for Enhanced? I should have it on, right? So it's literally just the number? I mean, I've only learned Enhanced this last expansion. This is my first expansion playing Enhanced. And I'm used to seeing a bar, like a combo point bar almost, that goes to 10. It'd be pretty hard to get used to that. I'll probably play really bad, but I'll get the idea of how it's supposed to play. $17-month sub. I'll be honest, I subscribed by mistake, he says. For 17 times? Get fucking owned, buddy. Can't wait for Totemic. It'll be a banger. There's no shot, man. Yeah, at least he's consistent. Yeah, we'll play this. Anyways, what are your guys' takes about today? Before I gotta eat some food real quick before I play. Oh, dude, we also have to see 2 new dungeons, boys. So far, the dungeons in this expansion are fucking awesome. They're so cool. They have like such deep theme. The bosses are actually really cool, and I haven't seen them on like the Mythic Plus version on it yet, and I haven't seen the ones in the last zone. Max, can you react to that Warcraft Logs add-on, but pretend like it'll revolutionize the race world first? It would totally tilt people. Yeah, the Warcraft Logs add-on has absolutely nothing to do with the race. Like, I mean, well, this is not what you want me to do. You want me to say it'll, like, change the race forever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I talked about it yesterday. It's a strikingly large amount of money, but they're not necessarily, like, charging for the add-on straight up. They're adding it as a Patreon incentive, which is totally the same thing, but maybe just some way to get around the TOS. I'm sorry, people always make this up all the time. Is it against the terms of service to charge money for an add-on? Yes or no? Like, please don't make it up. Like, actually know what you're talking about if you, like, you can quote it. Yes. Okay. Is that... But don't people charge? Don't the Rested XP people, like, charge for... How do they get around to that? What's the loophole? Like, it seems like it's in the TOS, but you know what was also in the TOS? Don't sell runs for money, but everyone that played this game at a high level sold an insane amount of stuff for money all the way up until, like, halfway through Legion when they actually punished people. So, like, stuff in the terms of service, they're rules, but rules don't matter unless you enforce them, right? Final Fantasy ran into this. Like, they don't allow add-ons in Final Fantasy, but turns out you could run an infinite amount of add-ons, and as long as you don't stream it, they have no fucking clue you're running them, and they have no way to know, right? So, like, they weren't enforcing it, so it's not really against the rules, you know? So, Liquid sold stuff for money. This was far before Liquid existed, but oh my god, I sold in everyone that, any name or guild you've ever heard of before Tomb of Sargeras and Legion, which is really funny that the acronym for Tomb of Sargeras is also TOS. Sold an infinite amount of shit for money and got banned for it. Yeah, like, everything was done for money back then. People at Blizzard knew it. All the QA testers used to play in these guilds. It was a, you don't talk about it on stream openly, you can do it, we don't care. Until they came out with the WoW token, and then, like, a few years later, they were like, hey, don't do that anymore, buddies. We're taking that money for us. Yeah, the, so, yeah, the, what was I going to say? So them selling it for money, I don't really care. Like, I will say, I said this yesterday, there is a bit of hypocrisy. Like, I remember when one of those, like, add-on websites was getting sold, people were like, oh, make sure the add-on developers are getting the best thing. We want the add-on developers to be supported. And they should, because a lot of people make add-ons for WoW that make the game better, and they should be rewarded for their time. Totally makes sense. You make a cool thing that people use, you should be rewarded for that. Like everything, right? But then, like, those same people will, like, hear of someone charging for an add-on, which is just them getting their due. Like, hey, guess what? If someone charges for an add-on, guess what? You just don't have to pay it or have the add-on. That's fine. It's against the terms of service, but unless you're Blizzard, why the fuck do you care if something's against the terms of service, right? So, like, I don't know. It's kind of a little... I sense some hypocrisy when people, like, try to fight for add-on developers' rights like they have in the past for them to, like, make more money, but then also when they charge for things and actually get what they're worth, right, through the market, people are like, no, fucking weird. All I'm saying, you can't do both of those things. We talked about it yesterday. I don't want to like completely repeat myself. Like, I remember people always talk about the Noggy thing, because, like, Noggy, like, got really mad and was like, I'm gonna make you all fucking pay to use my add-on, and then, like, someone copied it, and, like, the entire community was fucking clowning on him for that shit. And the reason why was because no one would have had an issue if the add-on had been created and then they asked people for money to use it in the first place. I don't think it was because people were used to using it and it's really fucking good, and then it seemed like a position of greed to be like, all right, well, now I'm going to paywall this, and you have to pay me to use this thing. No one would have cared the other way around, but it felt like it was being taken away from you, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, long rant, but add-on developers should get their due for sure. I don't really care if people are charging for add-ons. Blizzard can punish them if they want to. I don't think currently they really do. Like, people just get away with it currently. So until they crack down on that, you kind of just can do that. That's how rules work. And I don't give a fuck. That being said, I don't think it's the best idea. So what the add-on does is, like, let's say I were to hover over this character right here. This guy, his name is Unholy DK. It would also show on the... I believe this is all the add-on does. It will show, like, not just Raider IO. Like, Raider IO will usually show, like, 9 out of 9 Mythic or, like, whatever Heroic and, like, maybe their Mythic Plus score, which is now in-game. But it literally shows your parses. Like, it'll show their world rank on parses and, like, what parses they get on fights. And for some reason, I guess that's not too much different than Raider IO, because, like, Blizzard didn't have this in game for a while, so Raider IO made an add-on and, like, everyone used it. But, like, and I don't give a fuck about parses. But, like, let's just say this wasn't a paid add-on and just everyone could have it for free, and let's just say it became normal for people to do that. That just kind of, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. A little bit. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit. Like, I don't know. I generally don't like when people reduce someone's value in the game to just, like, the number they can get, because, like, some people don't even try either, and, like, I don't... But, like, that, you could argue that's the exact same thing with the Raider IO add-on and your Mythic Plus score. And, like, what your raid progress is, I guess, or maybe if there's an arena version of this with, like, your PvP rating. But, like, I don't know. This one particularly gives me the heebie-jeebies. Mostly because parse culture is just fucking like, who fucking cares, you know? Like, the people who make parsing their personality are completely insufferable. And at least in multiple versions of parsing, like, tanks and healers are just completely irrelevant. And then DPS, like, I have played in really good guilds, like top 10 world guilds. This is a long, long time ago, where people in our guild were the #1 Warcraft Logs All-Star for their spec, and they were the worst player in our guild. Like, they fucking sucked. All they cared about was damage. They were terrible, right? And, like, people like that still exist, but, like, people would see that number and be like, oh, that guy's good. And they have no fucking clue if they're good if you haven't played with them, right? So, I don't know. It kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, but that's just my opinion. And then, also my opinion, I don't care if people charge for add-ons. If they make a good product and people want to pay for it, I think that's all good. It's against the TOS. I don't give a fuck. If Blizzard doesn't ban other people for it, people are going to keep doing it. Police your TOS if it's going to be there. And I don't really understand why anyone that isn't Blizzard would ever give a fuck about that. That's it. That's such a terrible take. Which part of it? The pay for add-ons thing? I mean, the reality is like the community is not going to police themselves. Or do you mean the TOS thing? But the TOS thing, the community is not going to police themselves. You put something in the TOS, you have to enforce it as the game company, or else people are going to do whatever. It's happened fucking infinity times in gaming. Unless you're talking about the paying for add-ons. Which, I mean, I can respect disagreeing with that. That makes sense. I just think... Like, I'm just looking at this personally, like let's just say LVUI. Like, I've been using LVUI for years. Fucking love LVUI. If I had to, like, pay $5 to get LVUI, like, 10 years ago, it would have been the most fucking worth $5 I've ever spent. You know how much time those people at LVUI or, like, at Weekora spend updating their add-on? It's like a job. It is for some of them, like the DBM guy, it is a full-time job. And what, they're just supposed to do that for free while millions of people get to gain from that? That's fucking bullshit. And when that happened, when CurseForge came out, and like CurseForge was making all this ad money, and they don't make any fucking money on CurseForge, but people were like, we hope the add-on developers get their due because they actually do make stuff that a lot of people enjoy, right? That's just how it works, right? If you make something cool that people enjoy, you should get paid for that. Why the fuck wouldn't you? You do in the real world, right? But at the same time, some people would agree with that, and then someone would start charging for an add-on that you already are used to using, and you'd be like, wah, fucking fuck you. You're taking something away from me, you know? But at the same time, that same person would advocate for add-on developers making more money. I'm just saying it's large hypocrisy. people aren't mad about charging for raid bots, that's because they're not used to it. If raid bots was free for 10 years, and then they started charging $15 a month for it, they would get like canceled or something. Even though if it was like that the whole time, they would just accept it. Yeah, they should make more money, but it shouldn't come from me, Smile. Exactly. They should be happy with all the women and fame they get. Yeah, dude, add-on developers are actually strapped with women. Just cars full of them. What are we eating? Shrimp scampi. So it's like shrimp, some like lemon cilantro dressing, angelini pasta, broccoli, spinach, corn, and roasted tomatoes. Max, do you think we can expect Evoker changes regarding Paradox especially? Are you... those literally happened today. So good news for you. You just showed up. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, those already happened. They did. They made... Which, I think it is more interesting than just saying they gave Spatial Paradox to every spec. They did, but they made it a choice node with Time Spiral. Which I think if you're an Evoker, you're like, I lose value. And I think as someone who's pretty unbiased and... Well, I love stating that I'm unbiased, but like, you know, I like look at every class in the game and I see how it all works together. It's my job. Evokers probably have like one too many things in a raiding environment. Just one too many buttons that a lot of other people don't have those buttons. So like them having to choose between Time Spiral and Paradox, I think is like totally fair. All three of them, like grand scheme of things. But I can see as an Evoker feeling like you lost value, especially Og. Max, I'm allergic to shrimp. Be real, am I missing out? Good question. I think shrimp kind of slaps. Like, it's different. I like consider, like, I can, like, as of like the main proteins you would consume, shrimp is like very different texture, but like in a good way. And it tastes really fatty, which is good. Like, fatty usually means something tastes better, but it like doesn't have a ton of fat in it for relative to how it tastes. Shrimp, like, a shrimp cocktail is like an objectively top-tier appetizer. Okay, I'm getting a lot of disagreeers in chat. I will say, and maybe I'm a huge bitch for saying this, but, like, if you serve me shrimp with the head on it or the legs, I'm out. Fuck that. I don't even want to eat it when it's like stripped down after that. I like to eat my shrimp and pretend that none of that stuff was ever there in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I've gone to like a, you know, like there's some restaurants that are like seafood boils where like they like boil all that shit fresh and it's like super authentic to just like have their like eyes popping out of their head and shit. So again, might be a massive bitch. I hate that. I don't want to be there at all. Get me the fuck out of there. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I don't want to think about, like, dude, like, people, like, boil lobsters and crabs and shit, and you can, like, hear them scream and shit. Like, oh my god. Spoiled American take. Hey, but I'm out here saying it. I'm just telling you how I feel. That's just air escaping? I don't give a fuck, bro. It sounds like it's coming from their soul. I can't do it. Oh, by the way. Guys, tell me if I'm weird or not. Just before we get into Enhanced Shaman here. I played, I watched the Avatar The Last Airbender anime as a kid. And I loved it. Thought it was great. I mean, it is kind of just awesome, right? Like, a pretty high approval rating. And I watched the recent one on Netflix, and I also thought it was great. It condensed a 20-episode season into 8. Thought the direction was good. Thought the acting was surprisingly way better than I expected. I thought it was great. But then online, it appears that like the Last Airbender fan base is one of those super insufferable fan bases, like usually like book readers for popular shows or like Fallout New Vegas fans for Fallout games, where like you're not allowed to like something if it's not, you know what I'm saying? So basically I'm like embarrassed to say I like the last Avatar anime because it was awesome, but just because of the association of what kind of people that makes you seem like. You know what I mean? Like, Fallout New Vegas is my favorite Fallout game. But I would never actually say that because the public perception of people who like New Vegas would be like someone would watch the Fallout show and then start playing Fallout 4 and be like, I like this, which Fallout 4 is a perfectly fine game. And then like every New Vegas fan is like, New Vegas is better. And Fallout 4 sucks. And it's so good. And like, you know, you can keep replaying it. And it's just, it's the best Fallout game. And like, just, oh my God, man. Just the fucking, they're so insufferable, man. I don't know. Just I think that's my pet peeve. Like that's my one of my tics, I guess, is just I am very very annoyed by people that are like super, I don't even know how to, cuz insufferable is like an insult, right? But like people that are like something so much that they like diminish any other thing trying to do something similar. Whatever that is in any way, I just fucking I hate that shit. Really don't like it. Dude, I'm actually kind of... It's like the WoW. Yeah, there are a lot of people in the WoW fan base like that. Pretty brutal. People who make their opinions their entire personality, yeah. And like the most extreme version of this, like the final boss for me would be like a stan. Like someone whose like personality is they are a fan of someone or something, and like their Twitter profile picture and their entire life and opinions revolve around that. Like that is a tough look. But maybe what I'm saying at a deep level is like people who are really passionate about something bug me, and then that just makes me sound like a soulless husk. So my question is, am I just a soulless husk? Or do I have a point? That's why, or am I just old as fuck and like yelling at stuff? Soulless husk. Old soulless husk. Okay, guys, come on. You're supposed to say no. Come on. Come on. I know what you all meant, right? So it's all good. This MF is devoid of a soul, ha. Okay, man. Shakespeare's a fraud. Okay, from YouTube chat, we have a nice little supportive message here. From someone whose YouTube name is their full name for some reason. It's fine to be passionate about something, but you don't need to diminish other things to be passionate about said things. I completely agree. He adds, however, that being said, you're clearly a soulless husk. Okay. I was not expecting the back half. Oh my god, they're saying YouTube W in Twitch chat. I've never seen that in my life. Did you try the new dungeons yet? No, I have to set up Enhanced. I'm currently eating though, but I'm eating slower because I'm talking. So I'm like giga stalling on accident. Let me finish this shit. And let me just go suck down like half a water bottle. You know what? Just quick little water check, everybody. quick little water check. I have a beer. All good. Just make sure you're hydrated, boys. Sometimes, if you forget to drink water, it'll make you game worse. Think about that. If you think about it that way, then you'll be drinking water forever. Easy. My head is pounding from trying to stop sodas. Just, I'm assuming it's from the caffeine withdrawal. Bro, just get caffeine pills. Just get caffeine pills or, like, drink coffee or something, and you can wean yourself off of caffeine while stopping drinking soda. Unless it's the sugar. God, those, by the way, those headaches... Okay, maybe you guys get caffeine withdrawal headaches like I do. You guys are all gamers, right? I'm sure you guys just abuse caffeine. The feeling of getting a caffeine headache later in the day, obviously due to you not having enough caffeine before that point because you're addicted to it, and then the decision of whether or not to ride out the headache because you don't want to drink caffeine at like 10 p.m. or some shit. Let's say you go to sleep at like 2 a.m. or some shit. Like, you don't want to drink caffeine before you go to bed. So, like, you're like, oh, fuck. Well, if this was at 4 p.m., I would just fucking slam a coffee and we're chilling. But, like, if it's this late, like, the feeling of, like, do I ride this out or do I fix it in an hour with some caffeine is an awful feeling, man. I'm offended to be called a gamer. Bro, if you're not a gamer, why would you watch my stream? It makes no sense. My stream is all about gaming. You're all gamers. A little bit. For the yaps, but I yap about the game. It would be fucking weird if you listened to my stream to listen to me yap and you didn't care about WoW at all. That would be fucking wild. Although, you know what? Maybe there is a little something to that. Because I've watched YouTube videos where I know nothing about what this person is talking about, but they really love it and they're interesting. And, like, it's just kind of fun to listen to people talk about something they really, really like, even if you don't care about it. So maybe it's weaponizing that feeling. I could maybe see that, but it would be, like, a very small percentage of my Twitch viewership. Not my YouTube viewership, though. My YouTube viewers are all geniuses. Enhance is the pinnacle of not being able to play without weak auras. Dude, I feel that way, and I'm hoping that it doesn't end up actually being that way. We're going to be Storm Gods in a second, though. The benefit is playing the Storm build of Enhance is turbo easy. Like, it's so fucking easy. Okay. Let's do it, dude. Let's make a build we want to play today. What are we feeling like, chat? Help me out. Isn't there a reset all button? No, that's undo pending changes. I don't think there's a reset all button. All right. Storm Strike, step 1. Improve Maelstrom weapon. Yes. Some dog shit here. Forceful wins. Yes. Unruly wins. I don't know. Okay, I haven't played this in a long time. Definitely not Ice Strike. Maybe Lava Lash just to move on, but we're not taking any of this garbage. That's elemental. We only do nature. We are nature gods. All right, we're taking Unruly. Oh, we need to path the Doom Winds anyway. Maelstrom Canal Style. Oh, yep. Say less. All right, Doom Winds. Storm's Wrath. Storm Blast. These I'm picking everything that says Storm, even if it sucks. Let's see. No Ellie Blast. Fuck that. Tempest Strikes. Storm Strike, Ice Strike, and Lava Lash have a 100% chance to discharge electricity. That is lightning. That is lightning. Hold up. Your damage and healing spells will now consume up to 10 stacks. Yeah. Crash Lightning. Yep, we're doing dungeons. Sundering. Maybe. Doesn't do storm damage, but we like that button for sure. Is there anything down here we want? Lashing Flames? No. I still haven't chosen Lava Lash. We might keep it that way. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take Sundering. Storm Flurry. Storm Strike is a... Oh, yeah, dude. Fucking holy moly storm stuff. Crashing Storms. Okay. Converging Storms. Each target hit by... Yup. Each active weapon imbue increases damage by fire frosted. Oh, says nature. That's 2-pointer, though. Do we want Swirling Maelstrom? This all sounds like elemental shit. That's fucking trash. Fuck elemental shit. Fuck. Fuck. And Ice Strike? I am not taking Ice Strike. That's not Storm. We can get Tempest Strikes. That has Storm in it. Dude, fuck all elemental stuff. Quit swearing? No. Fuck you, buddy. We could get both of these points. Wind Fury Totem? That is the least fun button to press. Although, it is quite good for our current build. We're not taking Wind Fury Totem. That's not fun. Okay, here we go. Deeply Rooted Elements, I believe. Yes. And then all that stuff. Lightning God mode. Okay. And then now I just gotta make some shit up over here. We're not playing Primwave. Well, Primwave could be... Well, I'm not even playing Lava Lash currently, so... That might be an issue with P-Wave. Let's do Feral Spirit. I'm gonna need Lava Lash, right? I'm pretty sure I need Lava Lash. Like, come on. Wait. No Lava Lash? Bro, what are we gonna do with Flame Shock? That's, like, we're just missing so much free damage from spreading Flame Shock. Guys, we have to take it. We have to take it. I know we gotta take only Storm stuff, but we have to take that. We have to. Just press Storm Strike. That doesn't work. 1 point in Frost Witch, 2 points in Ancestry. Take off Sundering then. Well, we need it. We need it to path, bro. Wait. Oh, wait. You have to spend 2 more points to make it spread. Fuck that. Fuck it, dude. I'm with you guys. I'm with you hard. I'm hard with you right now. Fuck Lava Lash. I'm hard too. Okay. Storm Strike damage is increased by 10%, and Storm Strike has a 100% chance to generate a Maelstrom weapon. Wait, do we want one of these things out? Isn't it Alpha Wolf? Don't take Wolf's Capstone. Oh, so just take this? Is this actually the build? With the meme bee? The elemental build is just better, but we're not playing that today. Take out talent under Crash. Well, I already have all my talents down here. I guess it doesn't make sense to have 2 in Witch Doctor's Ancestry if I'm gonna not take Alpha Wolf, right? When would you not want Wind Fury? Oh, I just don't want to press it. It's just not fun. Take off Ancestry and put it in Legacy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dude, I don't like this. We got to get rid of something here. Something here's got to go away. I want Alpha Wolf for sure. All of it. Okay, if we had to lose Elemental Assault or Legacy of the Frost Witch, what are we losing? Get rid of Converging Storms, it's bad. Okay. And then what? Add Wind... Okay, do I really have to play Wind Fury, man? One point in Ellie Assault is fine. Oh, you're right, it does the extra thing. And then that would give me 2 in Wolf Bones. Sundering is Garbo. Yeah, but I don't have anything. I need Alpha, bro. Wind Fury's dog shit? Alright, fuck it. No more Wind. Dude, let's just take Feral Lunge. Let's just make this build even dumber. Just dumb as all hell. Ice Strike? No, that's not physical. Or Storm. We don't like that at all. We won't be pressing Frost Shock, unfortunately. It works with only Frost Shock, right? Ice Strike gets value from Legacy. I don't give a fuck. Minus Storm Blast, plus Lava Lash, and then Lava Lash Flame Strike. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking we need this, but then... I don't know. We need to spend 2 points there. Yeah, fuck this, dude. We're taking Alpha Dog. And fucking... we can keep 1 point in Ellie Assault. This is our cooked-ass build. And then we can take 1 point out of Sundering... and put it into Flame Shock spreading. That's our build. This build's fucking nuts. Oh, except now we can't take this. Is Storm Flurry actually good? One person said no, one person said yes. That is excellent. Alright, get it out of there. And then we can get 1 point in Legacy. Wait, the first point in Legacy is so dog shit? How come the second one is 10 times better? What the fuck? Oh, I guess... Oh, yeah, you want the reset, though. Yeah, so you just want the 1 point for the reset, I see. Alright, this is a cooked build, by the way. This is extremely cooked. But it's going to be great. So that's nice. Edit mode... Go to doggy. Yes. Show my action bars. Give me all the action bars. Oh, my class tree, I totally YOLO'd it. It's like completely wrong. That's okay, right? We have Totemic Recall. Not gonna be using that. We're going for full brain off mode here. We're not casting Lava Burst ever because we're Lightning Gods. 1.5 minute Astral Shift. Thunderstorm for sure. Definitely not Tranquil Air Totem. Definitely not Stone Skin Totem. Definitely not Poison Cleansing. Don't care about Spirit Walker's Grace. Let's get to... We can get the DR. I forget what actually this build even does. So that's good. Spirit Walk's fine. Totemic Surge, don't really care. Totemic Projection is nice with the 1 macro for Wind Fury Totem, but I'm not even playing that, so fuck that. Oh, I like doing that for the... I don't want to set up the macros, though. Brain off mode. AG. Yeah, AG's pretty sick. Nature Swiftness, no. Mana Spring doesn't matter. Is there any, like, passive damage or something I'm missing? You know, we got that. Will Dispel, doesn't matter. Winter's Totem, that's good. Take Knock Up Thunderstorm. True, we could do that. What do we lose here? Increases the radius of your totem effects. Alright, losing it. Never mind, right here. Drop the heal talent in the spec tree. You don't need it. Is it... Can I path through this stuff without it? Oh, that's like a DR. Ah, fuck it. Who cares? Alright, I gotta bind everything now. Spellbook. Doom wins. Sick. Everything else is bound, it looks like. Looks like we're chilling. Unless there's some random button I need. I guess I could throw Berserking into my dogs, maybe? Ah, whatever. Okay. Quick bind mode. Where's quick keybind mode? Usually if you like select action bar, it'll give you... There we go, quick keybind mode. Character specific, yes. Is my mouse profile correct? Did I restart my computer? I don't remember. Yeah, it is. Very good. What is AG? I don't even remember what this is. I haven't played this in a while, huh? Hex, kick, chain lightning, frost shock, astral shift, wind fury totem, not using it, fine. That, dogs, healing stream, mount, fast boy, Earth Ellie, I don't think I have, actually, but that's fine. That's actually not fine, but all good. So that can just be T, I suppose. Knock. Oh, that'll be, yeah, V and then Alt V. Healing Surge. Windrush Totem. What is my, I guess it's that. Okay, cool. And then I don't need to bind the other ones. So I think we're good, right? Oh, I need to add, like, the stuff that actually matters to my bar up here. What does my enhanced bar look like on live? I don't even remember. I'm just going to make it up. Doom Winds would be at the end. Wolves would be right before that. Where are dogs? I'll just start putting random stuff. Astral Shift. Cap Totem. Oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to fill up this bar. There's so many buttons. Spirit Walk would be right next to that. Thunderstorm would be a stop next to Cap Totem. Windrush Totem would be speed as well. Wind Shear kick at the end. Enhance. Alright, here we go. Crash Lightning. Doom Winds. Dogs. Man, maybe I don't need a huge bar for this. That would be kind of nice. Storm Strike. Lava Lash. Wait, do we not... Is that it? When you don't take Frost Shock... would you press Frost Shock as like a... I guess I could put Lava Lash on there. Or, Flame Shock, I mean. Flame Shock. It's like turbo low prio, but you can still see it. That's fine. AG would be down here. Chain Lightning? Why would you need to see Chain Lightning? I guess maybe I could put Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning on there just so it glows when I have more than 5 Maelstrom because I don't have my UI. Tempest is just Lightning Bolt, yeah. I guess you could actually just put Lightning Bolt on the tree. I kind of like that because it'll show you when it's Tempest just for fun. Chain is unbound. Oh, you're right. It is unbound. Thank you. Good shout. Keybind mode. quick keybind mode. So I guess it would be that. Okay. So how the fuck do you play this spec? So Doom Winds buffs what? Increase your chance to activate Wind Fury weapon by 200%. Increasing damage dealt by Wind Fury by 10%. For 8 seconds. But what activates Wind Fury weapon again? Is it just all your physical spells? Press Doom Winds, crash, and then Storm Strike until you can't. Okay. Say less. I can't already, by the way. Oh, we got a Tempest. Huge Tempest gaming. Absolutely massive. Oh, I just casted Tempest. All good. We are getting a good amount of Tempest resets, though. Okay. Downtime. Bro, have I procced DRE yet? Maybe I just haven't even paid attention because I'm so not used to this UI. Oh, we got a Tempest. Oh, we got it. Yes. Yes, sir. Pop. 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 Yes. Yes. Oh my god, turning into a lightning god is so sick. Oh my god. I'm so hyped right now. All right, big Tempest coming up, chat. Huge Tempest. Super can't press any abilities at the moment though. All right. All right, let's go. Huge Tempest right now. Big blasting. Going huge. Oh, are my weapons not imbued? Oh, they're not. That'll fucking do it. That will do it right there. All right, now we're going huge again. Oh, big mode again. Get the fuck out of my face, by the way, chat, right now. Huge damage. Huge fucking damage. We are so fucking massive. Dude, it's actually so much crazy how much... Or so crazy how much more fun Enhance is when you... It's so crazy how much more fun Enhance is when you have your weapons imbued. It's fucking wild. Huge difference. Dude, I just went so long without... I just didn't even... Oh, no. Wait, so does it not use... That's interesting, actually. Does it not use Tempest if you have Ascendance up? You know what I mean? Oh, 10 Maelstrom. Oh my god. It does? I need to wait to see it again. I need to go beast mode again. Alright, I'm beast mode right now. Here we go. Does it do it? Yep, it does. It does. Being in Ascendance does send Tempest. I'm a fucking lightning god right now. Going fucking huge. Alright, we're so massive. See, this is why I feel like I don't even care about this Molten Assault thing. Because I'm... In a good scenario, I'm not even pressing Lava Lash. Like, ideally. Like, the first spread is probably worth it. But, like, there are times where it just falls off. You know? Does it still send Tempest even though you are queued into Chain Lightning from DRE? Oh, let's find out. Okay, so we sent Chain. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. I need to get to proc, though. Right here. Nope, it doesn't. That's kind of unfortunate. That's, like, super unfortunate, actually. That's, like, really bad. It's like right now I'm Chain Lightning, but like I can do this. I'll just have to... Yeah, that's super weird, actually. That's like really bad. Not using Primwave for AoE Tempest has to be illegal. Oh shit, he's right. That's going to do so much damage. You can't AoE Tempest with Primwave? Oh, okay, never mind. It doesn't work, apparently. That should work. Okay, let's do a dungeon, then. I'm on Dog Guy. Let's go. Let's do a fucking massive dungeon. I need to do one. I need to see these 2 new dungeons. Let's check them out. All right, we have the last zone as well. Wait, can I learn my dragon riding talents? Also, let's get a better mount on here. Mim's head, maybe? Mim's head kind of goes hard. All right. Give me dragon riding talents. Okay, all good. Here we go. Oh, wait, we need to see the new group thing. So they apparently remade this thing, or they said they did. I want to see. Let's, so first of all, let's just go to, City of Threads is peak lore, but very Beans dungeon. Okay. Don't I have to increase my level? Well, look at me. I'm 78. All right, here's the zone. So does it feel very... Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. Oh, so our Zeppelin got webbed down here? That's kind of sick. I mean, most of the zones, they just feel kind of similar because they have a ceiling, like Hollow Fall being the exception. But, like, this one and the Ringing Deeps felt pretty similar. There's just 2 zones that look like caves. All this one is much more spider-like, though. And I will warn you guys, I do not have the spider filter on. There are no crabs here. Purely spiders. Anyways, let me make a group. All right, if you are on Alpha and you want to do this dungeon, I'm going to start a group called... Yeah. That's the group. It's called Yeah. Dog Guy's in there. I need 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 DPS. I got a guy named Pupple. We got a Rep Paladin. We got a healer named Zappy Zap. And we need 1 more damage. Oh, my raid frames are weird. The raid settings. Where would this be? That's not right. It's like raid. Must be a different tab somewhere. It's usually if you go to edit mode and then you go here and then you raid frame settings. That's it. And then you want to always do class colors for sure. Okay, guy named Shaw. More enhance. Love that. All right, let's do, what are the 2 dungeons? Let's do Araka first. All right, let's see this. Wait, is that Mr. Atnos undercover right now? Isn't that Zap? Is he Zappy Zap? Oh shit! You got called out by chat. That's insane. They know about your shit. Wait, is this the raid? This is probably the raid, right? Yeah. Fuck me. Okay, I passed it. No, that's Dr. Atnos. True. Is it right here? Up. Down. Ooh, down. Way down. Oh, not too way down. Dead. I'm dead. No way I'm dead. I didn't die. I didn't die, chat. You either die or you don't, and I didn't. Another 3-boss dungeon. Fucking crazy. What about the other one? City of Threads, 4. Is there a single 5-boss dungeon in this entire expansion? No. Only 4, and most of them are 3. Crazy. All right. Let's check the map. Nope, that doesn't work. I wish I could see a dungeon map. I guess we'll just go forward. Wait, let's see. A tick. Is that a boss? Nope. Looks like a mini boss. Mini B. Another one, Ixen. And another one, Knacked. I'm assuming they all 3 need to die. Let's see. His clicking noises echo through the strands. So I'm assuming when you pull him, a bunch of spiders are going to do spider stuff. Kill the sound dudes, then the spider spawns in the middle. Okay, so the first boss will spawn in the middle platform once you kill all 3 of the guys. Okay. And then Anub Zekt. Let's see if the first guy dies. Tank ability doesn't matter. Alerting Shrill. Releases a loud screech alerting nearby crawlers. Okay, and then they do stuff. Slings toxic web in all directions, dealing damage. Okay, any mythic mechanics? He'll feast on crawlers that reach her, increasing damage does by 50%. Okay, so mobs can't reach her. Let's get a pull going here. Feeling wild. Lightning God. An absolute lightning God. Oh, gotta make it over here. Let's go. Oh, sending the crash. Yes. Here we go. Huge fucking damage. Not even flame. Dude, I shouldn't even have Lava Lash. Just trash button. Is that guy gonna kill me at the end of that? Oh, that hits way more than I thought. Okay. Let's just die. Sending an AG right now. Sending a huge AG. Oh, I haven't set up any, like, at cursor macros or anything. Dude, Deeply Rooted Elements is so fun. That hurts a lot. That hits so hard. Resonant Barrage hits insanely hard. I'm hitting that guy down. He will not fucking... He will face my wrath, bro. Alright, using my shit, by the way. Huge jam. Fucking blasting. Oop, that's gonna hit me. Oh, we're good. Lightning God. What happened when we actually pulled them, though? It said, like, their debuff says, like, a bunch... Well, it doesn't say this, but it says... Basically says, like, a bunch of mobs are going to spawn. They need to fix the DRE interaction, though, for sure. Because if you don't Chain Lightning... They need to make Chain Lightning also the thing. That's all. Alright, I'm about to zap these guys. Ready? Boom. Oh, it fucking chain procced. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It's chain procking. I'm fucking massive. Oh yeah. Oh, this is fun, dude. I mean, this build's always been fun, but... The only problem with DRE right now is it, if you're set into, like, Chain Lightning and you're just popping off Chain Lightnings, it just won't use your proc if you get it. So you have to manually cast Lightning Bolt, and then in AoE, you're not AoEing with DRE, you know? It's really bad. All right, attendants have all been silenced. Something emerges. Loving this. Chad, I haven't played Enhance in a while. What is giving me the free spenders? What is making it so I spend 10 Maelstrom weapon stacks and I just have 10 immediately? Mix of stuff. Wind Fury procs. I know it refunds me 3. That's from the hero talent tree. I guess I should, Bro, I'm not getting any procs. Bro, make me a Lightning Lord right now. Right now, game. Oh, there we go. Let's fucking go. You just have to complain. That's it. Literally all you have to do is complain. That guy got fucking Thored down. I don't know what he does. I was too busy zapping him. Just under the DRE talent. 20% chance to refund weapon stacks on spent on lightning bolt or chain lightning. Oh, shit. Okay, that's huge. Next boss may bug and we'll have to jump off the edge after. Love to hear that. Working as intended. All right, going huge on this guy. Going absolutely massive. Destroying him. Look at him. Look at his health. See you later, kid. Get out of my fucking lobby. Dude, you get procs all the time, by the way. Massive slam. Is that going to hurt? Oh, yeah. You get procs all the time. This can't be good. Let's do a little AG here. A little AG going. Someone pinged a mob. Sorry, I'll be hitting these mobs, sir. Like right here, I wish I could just press chain lightning and it would just do the button too, you know? Just interrupt the alarm and all good. I won't be doing that either. Pulling everything, by the way. Oh, I'm dying. What an insane chain of events. I'm pulling everything into the I'm dying. That goes wild. Oh, the prop. Dude. Is there a better feeling than Ascendance procs, though? Is there even one? Dude, you see how many wolves I have out? That's just from pressing... That's actually crazy. I have fucking 4 dogs out from just playing the class normally. Spawning hella dogs. Okay, I'm early calling it. Stormbringer's a dub for Enhance. It's a dub for sure. It'll be even more of a dub if you can play Primordial Wave and Prim Wave for fucking Storm Blast or whatever it's called, Tempest. Oh, second boss. Do I have threat? I did for a second. Okay, then he impale. Okay, that can't be good. Eye of the Swarm. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? Okay, we're killing him so fast, but all good. What is Eye of the Swarm? What is that supposed to do? At 100 energy, forcing all players into a close range fight. Oh, so it's going to be like kind of cool how you deal with the, how you deal with all those abilities when you're like really close range. Someone in chat said time to die. Okay. And then, oh, now we have to take the dog, or the bird, all the way across. And then now what? What is this? Oh, they have profession bonuses in here again. I'm a hit or miss on those. I don't think I hate them, but I don't know if they've ever done them, like, really well. Why did we just... Okay. Stormkeeper? Wait. Am I supposed to get Stormkeeper? It's in the hero talent tree. It's in the hero talent tree for elemental, not enhance. But I believe the game is giving me, as an enhanced shaman, Stormkeeper every 50 seconds. Due to a bug, which is fun. Let's go. Like right now, I have Stormkeeper right now. Because of the lightning rod? I got a lightning rod for you, buddy. I didn't mean that. Alright. Stop the volleys, boys. Yeah, that's not in the hero talent. It's right here. Tempest summons a nature feral spirit until canceled. Which is really fucking good, by the way. But as Ellie, this says gives you Stormkeeper every 50 seconds. But I'm just not Ellie, but it's giving it to me anyway. That's the bug. But, fun bug. Or a fug, as you may call it. Dude, putting up Flame Shock even just feels bad for this build. Look, I just got a free... Look, right there. Wait, it used my Maelstrom weapons anyway. Probably because I'm not supposed to have that ability. Alright, here we go. Doom wins. Oh my god. Procking during Doom wins, by the way. Boss getting destroyed. Someone call the police. That looks kind of cool. So what is the boss trying to do to us here? It's spawning some blood workers, which actually hit really hard, unless something else just hit me there. So what, you just can't let the ads come in or something? This dungeon's really short. You get rooted if you touch those. Okay. Really short. Where's the count? Oh, good point, actually. Where would you... I mean, up here, I guess. Like, where would you get count? I guess back up here. Look at the lore. I won't be doing that. But, like, I mean, up here, I guess. You could go to the left or right if you had to get count. That's maybe a sub 30-minute timer. I think most dungeons in this expansion are sub 30-minute timers. But I don't know. There isn't, though. It's like kind of like you get done with this boss. Everything's kind of... Yeah. That's fine. Okay, I mean, honestly, this place is, like, less visually impressive and thematic than I mean, it's definitely thematic. I mean, it feels like the Wrath Dungeon, but just updated, I guess. I'm interested in. It doesn't amaze you like Meadery does, or the Dawnbreaker or Stone Vault. All right. Anyways, let's do the other one. Let's do it. How do we get out of here? Die? Die angle? So you do res at the beginning, but then you have a little mount to take you. That's fine. Isn't the Stormbringer thing just the choice node, and it uses the Stormbringer ID for now? Well, on Ellie, Stormbringer is the choice node for Lightning Rod. Yeah, but that's not available for Enhance at all. It's like maybe for Ellie. I can show you exactly what it is. All right, ready? Well, look at this talent. Tempest summons Nature Feral Spirit until canceled, right? And that's really, really good, really fun. If I swap to Ellie real quick. Oh, the middle talent, sorry. When Tempest only strikes a single oh, here we go. When Tempest, I don't even have it selected, but it says when Tempest strikes more, oh, I should have had this selected, by the way. Strikes more than one target, your next 3 chain lightning spells or instant cast. Yeah, I didn't even have that selected. It's not that. It was literally giving me Stormkeeper. Like the ID of Stormkeeper. Because if you play Ellie replaces that with this. There's, say, gain 1 stack of Stormkeeper every 50 seconds. That's what's happening. It's just giving you the Ellie one as enhanced, which is fun and huge value. Actually, it doesn't really do anything. Stormkeeper doesn't really do shit for enhance. It's fucking instant anyway. I mean, obviously it does more damn, but... okay, here we go. Gotta find my way to the next dungeon. Looks like they might have already found it, or they're going this way at least. Oh, it's right here. Down? It looks like it's down. So maybe under this thing. A lot of verticality in these zones. Here we go. I do wish they would update the Ascendance model to something like when Fire Mages turn to fire, but instead it's just us but the lightning version. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I need to change my nameplates before I forget. This is driving me crazy. You need larger nameplates and always show. That's way better. Queen and Sarek. Wait, isn't that the boss with the yacht in the raid? I'm sure it's like a lore thing, right? It's like her spreading propaganda. Look at that thing, chat. Fucking Jesus Christ. All right. Little speed totem. Let's get it. Gee. Remember how earlier I was saying they might need to mess with the proc rate of Awakening Storms, or like basically a few of the things are based on proc rate? It procs all the time. Like all the time. The only thing, as we were saying before, it just needs to... Chain Lightning and Lightning Bolt need to turn into this button. And it would just feel a lot better. Why am I slow? Who's my healer in here? Dratnos? Every time I'm slow, it is Dratnos' fault. Remember that. Dump truck, arachnoid, dump truck. Why'd you say that? Bro, what is wrong with you all, man? Actually, I can't say shit. That boss is thick as shit. We've all seen it. No one's got anything to hide here. Bro, I'm never pressing fucking Flame Shock the rest of this run. The setup time is too long, and I don't like it. So far, what is happening in this dungeon? Are we just... It seems like we're just pulling stuff, but I don't know why. Maybe that's not the right way to put that. I don't... Like, where are we? What are we doing? What are we doing out here? The City of Beans. This guy seems kind of bad. Not like bad like the last boss is bad. So there's 4 bosses in here. Orator Crixvix. Izzo the Grand Spider. Oh, I thought it said Izzo the Grand Spider. Like, what a fucking name. All the other spiders pale in comparison to you. Remember how I said I was going to stop pressing that button and now I just keep fucking doing it? I'm mad. Oh, and I'm just yanked in. That's fine. So you have to stay within range of the boss, I guess, or you get yanked. Hard yanked. I'm going to lust. I'm scared. I don't like being scared. Fuck Flame Shock. Not pressing it. Get out of my lobby. Only lightning. Alright, now I'll put it up. I don't want to get out of that. I should, though? Oh, you have to stay in. Dude, weird. When was the last boss they did this? Bro, have they ever done this in a dungeon? Where you, like, have to stay right next to the boss like that? It's so strange. I don't know if it's good or bad. What is the, Sounds horrible for ranged. Depends on how the rest of the fight is supposed to work, but... Well, I learned nothing from that, so... Love that. Let's, Wait, is this the... This isn't the second... No. Enough. Wait, maybe that is the second boss. Zephlik. Nah. Some corny dude that didn't want to fight us. Tried to become our friend after we hit him. Imagine. Oh, there's actually a map in here. Wait. Wait. No. I am web. What? Why am I web? You have to not get... You can't touch any of the spiders or they web you and put you back to the beginning? Find the spies. Oh, it's like some Court of Stars shit. Okay. Attacking. Oh, I procced it. Oh, that guy's everywhere. Okay, so that guy's gonna try to look at us. Don't like that. So that's just a pack. I'm assuming we can just... Followed... Someone in chat, or in our group chat said, follow Dog Guy, he's got this. Do not do that. Dog Guy does not have this. Okay, so now we're just running around. We don't have to pull these. It's fine. Wait, wait, wait. Watch them, boys. That's bad. That's bad. Follow me, boys. Follow me. I can see everything. Wait 1 second. Let me bind my ping. Yo. Blues Clues. I'm just... Yeah, I'm just trying to... Am I the only one who can see this shit? Why are you guys following me? No, we all can? Then why am I... Don't fucking mark me with a... Mark him with a skull. Alright, these guys are the bad guys. I can tell. All right. So destroy this guy. Now we're out of clues. We're out of clues, boys. I'm looking for clues. No clues. There's got to be one taking us this way, right? Boys, we're out of clues. You could mount, by the way. Oh, shit. You think it's down there? All right. Good shout. No belt female. Are you just making that up? Oh, clues. It's got to be that guy, right? Or, oh, no, it goes around. There is a universe where this in Mythic Plus is really bad. Wait, were we looking at the clues backwards? I think we were. I think it's from the middle. Oh, you can split up and do this probably. Yeah, this sounds like it's going to be a turbo skip. I think it's this. It's someone in here. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. No, don't get tricked. I'm sorry. It keeps going. I think. Am I looking at this wrong? Yeah, there's absolutely no shot it's going to play like this in Mythic Plus. That guy. Rat. I knew it. I knew it was them from the fucking beginning. I already hate this. Would you hate this if you only had to do this one time as you were leveling through the dungeon and then you never had to do it again? I think the version of hating this is like you have to do this every time in Mythic Plus. I think even like a Court of Stars scenario in Mythic Plus is fine too. But the Court of Stars is way faster than this. I actually just enjoyed the Court of Stars thing, I think. I didn't mind that at all. But boy, this is stinky right now. Here we go. Oh, it's got to be you. You fucking rat. I knew it. I said it was this one the last time we passed him. Oh, I have Stormkeeper. Using it. Dude, shouldn't I use Stormkeeper with like a 10 stack? That would probably be way better. What does this thing do, by the way? Call out the spy and reveal him. Oh, I'm pretty sure you can just attack them. Why yell at them for 5 seconds first, you know? We got a first-time chatter. I hate Mythic Plus dungeons that are just press W and smash. Some non-combat RP stuff like this makes the Mythic Plus experience infinitely more enjoyable. I do believe that some people feel that way. There are some people who feel the exact opposite a lot, and those are the people who are usually doing these dungeons like 200 times a season. They are big not fans of that. Oh, is this the second boss? Fangs of the Queen? Or was that what we just did? I don't know. Someone in chat said smash or pass. Someone said small dumpy. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean... What a Windrush Totem. That was a lot of RP. Is this just the second boss? Is this even the second boss? I don't even... This isn't even an... Oh, Fang of the Queen. So it's the two... Wait. It's like a 2-target boss. Or 1 target? The other one isn't even targetable? Oh, yeah, it is. NX and VX. Very edgy names. They share health, too. Oh, shit. Duskbringer. Ice sickles. Get it? What they're saying is icicle, but it's icicle, like 2 words. You get it, chat? Alright, now our friend is not in an icicle, I guess? An ice sickle? Alright, we're going up to the top. So far, this dungeon does not seem awesome. That boss took 30 seconds. Yeah, we're pretty overgeared, I guess. I hate... Oh. Huge Tempest right there. Okay, we have no procs. Feeling bad, feeling bad, feeling good, feeling good. Just got procs, by the way. Feeling insane. Feeling absolutely crazy right now. Oh. I forgot how good Storm build feels with a bunch of mobs. Feels really good. I'm not a fan of this using zones as dungeons. Ooh. Let's talk about that. When was a time they used a zone as a dungeon and it was really cool? Let's just start there. Like, have they done that? And if so, when? Mechagon? Oh, Mechagon's a good example, yeah. No-Code offensive? Okay, I think I would agree with that. Some people are going to disagree with that. But I think No-Code offensive had issues, but none of which involved the dragon riding or the fact that it was that zone. Like, I think all of No-Code's problems were like dungeon specific. It didn't have to do with the fact that it was that. Like, actually, I think it actually hit pretty well, I think, because, like, it was like the first time that you could dragon ride in it. Well, dragon ride just started existing, right? So it's the first time you could do it in a dungeon, and using the whole zone to make that make sense and to make you feel that, I think, was cool. Like, it just was cool. Isn't Academy a zone too? Algathar Academy? Yep, true. Like, would you have really cared if Algathar was, like, not somewhere in the world? Like, does it take... Basically, here's the question. Does it take away from Algathar that you can see that place out in the world when you're doing it a lot? I don't think so, right? Brackenhide too, yeah. And it is kind of efficient for them because it takes a lot less art, right? You're making 2 places at once. Seems lazy just because they're not making an entire extra place. But, like, it's all about, like, how efficient the work is to get done. So it may seem lazy, but it might also just be, like, efficient. Like, basically, if it doesn't really bother you that much and it saves them from having to make another zone or dungeon, that just means that work is going to go into other content, right? Like, so if you consider it lazy, like, I guess it's kind of hard to picture the alternatives of what that would be. Right? Like, it's hard to, like, pinpoint exactly what extra you got in the expansion because 3 of the dungeons were just places that already existed in the world. Or you could look at it the other way around. Do you think that those dungeons would have been made... Like, they basically made the dungeon and put it in the world rather than made the world and then made the dungeon. I think it's actually the first one. I think they made the dungeon and just put it in the world. I don't think they, like... made Algathar Academy and then they're like, oh, tee, let's just make this a dungeon, you know? Pandaria Remix is lazy. It's all... Oh, yeah. It's nice. You're making the counter argument of, like, it's fucking stupid to say that. Yeah. Fucking lazy idiots. Hate them. I'm mad. I'm mad, by the way. I'm fucking mad. I stay mad. I would like to redesign Enhance. I want some opinions. I like the fact that you can spend Maelstrom weapon charges to do an instant cast healing surge that's big fucking healing. And if you've ever played this spec, you know what it feels like to, like, you really don't want to send those. But like when you do, it's like, and you save your life because you did it. you feel good, you know? Choice node in the enhanced tree right at the beginning. Once every 30 seconds, you can spend the global to flash heal or to healing surge yourself, and it will heal you as if you spent Maelstrom weapons, but it will once every 30 seconds recover the Maelstrom weapon stacks after you use it to heal. So basically, twice a minute, you can use healing surge. It'll do crazy healing. It'll be instant cast, but you won't lose a finisher for it. You just spend the global. That'd be fucking sick. Wait, so our dungeon bugged out, so we can't do the last boss, unfortunately. I just hate that Enhance feels like it needs a PhD sometimes. This build, you do not need a PhD. This build, you need, like, a GED. You don't even need a GED. But the other build, I kind of know what you're talking about. This is GED Shaman. Is there going to be a video of your reaction to Stormbringer? I don't know. That's up to Frank, man. I don't do shit. I just yap. All right, boys. I think we covered it today. GG's all around. Went over all the new changes. Tested a little enhance. Saw the recording potty C today. Yes, we are. I'm going to need to figure out when I'm doing that, because I have a hockey game at 9 and then 10:30. So it's going to have to be super late. I hope Dratnos and Dorky are very not on a good sleeping schedule right now. Very degenerate. Don't worry, my sleep schedule is fucked. Beautiful. Yeah, I don't think Dorky has ever not had a fucked sleeping schedule, so. Speaking of that, let me host that fucking dumbass. Why did I say it like that? Is he streaming? 1 second. Oh, he's not even streaming. Jesus Christ. I'm going to host Fired Up. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing ICC for some reason. I think this is to get ready for Cat Up. Dude, Fired Up is such a dapper young fellow now. All right. See you later, alligator.